There is nothing physical. There's nothing
physical.
There is.
Yes,
Dude,
there is.
There has to be.
There has to be because the universe, like you like to give so much heavy energy. There is an entire universe.
It has to be God. It has to be God. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
There's nothing there except for pure energy. Is your God pure energy?
Pure energy. What are you talking about? Somebody has to create energy, right?
You won't let me explain because you keep interrupting me. So if you
something created energy, that's a fact of the matter.
Energy cannot be created. It cannot be destroyed.
The energy you know.
All energy.
Oh, really? All energy. Wow.
All energy.
Did you know science?
Jesus fucking Christ, man. You know how to have a fucking conversation? Shut the fuck up for 5 seconds. Let somebody else talk.
You know.
Hey.
How much?
I apologize for the nonsense that is going on with this guy. He won't have a conversation.
I hear you. Yeah. Scientists have literally said they do not know what energy was prior to the literally said it. They have literally said that.
That is garbage because we do know the energy.
You don't know. Scientists
worldwide. Don't tell me what you don't understand what we do and don't know.
Okay, no. You want to bet? Let's bet on this. Scientists do not know what the energy was prior to the Big Bang. They don't.
It's eternal inflation.
Eternal inflation. That's foolishness. You're throwing out words.
No. It's mathematical.
Eternal inflation. No. There's no math. That's a made-up terminology and a made-up phrase. You know it.
There's nothing.
You were trying to tie off the loop before prematurely. You're trying to tie off the loop prematurely.
There's nothing you can do about it, buddy.
No, it has not been mathematical.
It has been mathematical.
No, it has not. Has 10 to the minus 44 before.
And it's called eternal inflation.
Nice.
Look it up, post it.
Go ahead, post it. That's a theory. That's a hypothesis. That's not even a scientific theory.
Those
that's
are
a hypothesis.
No.
Yes.
Those are not the same thing.
No. What you are saying right now is a hypothesis.
10. Only one person can talk at a time. 10. You need to shut your mouth. 10. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Little baby brain, shut your mouth. So you don't understand.
Eternal inflation.
Shut your mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. You don't understand what I'm saying. That's the problem.
Eternal inflation.
So you don't understand what a scientific theory is. That's what the problem here is.
No.
Stop talking. I am almost done. If you will shut the fuck up for 5 seconds, I'll be done. So you're conflating the hypothesis with the scientific theory. That is a fallacy.
No, that's not what I'm doing.
We're complicating words. But it's wrong because you are taking the definitions and swapping them.
That's not what I'm doing right now.
A science, yes, you are because you are thinking. I'm explaining how. You are taking the definition of hypothesis and applying it to scientific theory. You can't do that. They're not the same thing.
Are you saying eternal inflation is a scientific? Eternal.
It's a
mathematically scientific theory. That's what you're saying right now.
Math is not science. Math is not science.
No. Okay, fine. It's a scientific theory. That's what you're saying
right now. It's a mathematics theory. No, it's a mathematics theory.
It's a mathematic theory. Okay, now we're talking. Foolishness. You see?
No. It's been mathematically proven.
No, it has not been mathematically proven.
Oh my God! I'm going to post it again.
Go ahead, post it, brother. Whatever you want to post is a theory, not even scientific. Has no factual basis. It's a guess.
Math is stronger.
It's a conjecture.
No, math is not conjecture. It's
a conjecture. It's the best guess. It's a guess.
Right. Math is not conjecture. You need to stop saying that.
No, what you're posting. What you're posting. What you're going to post.
You must cooperate with the conversation. Right now, you are wrong about something. I have to correct you.
You're trying to tell us that nothing. 10 to the minus negative 44. Come on. 10 to the negative 44. Please. That's what we need to see.
And that process happens right now after the creation of the universe. So that happened back then, it never happens again. Like eternal inflation still happens today. It can happen.
But it's big man. It's pure theory. It's not even scientific, brother. The Big Bang is the only thing that can
Can you tell me what a theory is?
But listen. The Big Bang is the only thing that has a scientific foundation that can lift
What
off.
is a theory? What is a theory?
Okay? This eternal inflation business is pure theoretical. Pure
No, I have to say the name, but tell me what's a theory?
It's a guess.
Theory.
It's like you have a little
You're not listening, sir. You're not listening.
Okay.
Theory.
Mm-hmm. Right. What's it? What else?
What is a theory? Okay.
What's a theory? A theory is a concept that we're looking at behavior of things, and we are then putting forth a concept of what it can possibly be. That is what a theory is. It's not. That's not as different from scientific. No, scientific.
Do you mind if I ask you where did you get this theory definition? Where did you get that definition? Do you mind?
Yeah, theory. The theoretical definition. Listen, what's the dictionary? I looked up. So a scientific theory now. A scientific theory now has mass that you can possibly apply to it. No, and it may have some basis of experimentation that you can apply to it. So now you can.
I looked up the definition.
You can attack science.
You're wrong.
You can attack.
I'm wrong for a second.
I'm wrong. Go ahead. Read the definition. Theory. Definition of theory. Not scientific theory.
Scientific.
No. No, not scientific theory.
Okay.
No, look at
Scientific
theory.
Theory. No. I'm only interested in theory. He asked me what theory.
Okay, theory.
No,
Okay.
Big Bang is a scientific theory. It's not a theory. It's a scientific theory. So
That's what I'm saying to you. Anything else? Anything else before the
Stop, Tintin. Stop.
What's wrong? I couldn't find it anywhere.
You can't find
Look
what
up scientific theory.
No, look up theory.
Here's the definition.
No.
It says, a theory is a well-substantiated explanation of some aspect of the natural world that is based upon empirical evidence that has withstood extensive testing and scrutiny.
Oh, he's looking up scientific theory. Oh, please.
That's what we're talking about. Big Bang
No,
is
that's not what I'm saying to you. Anything before the Big Bang is pure theoretical.
No.
And hypothetical. Purely.
No.
Hypothetical.
Yes.
Hypothetical society.
Yes. Words that you're
Yes.
using, so
Yes.
Hypothetical society.
Purely. It's not even. There's not even no science involved.
There's experiments. We do a listen, Tintin, you have to learn how to fucking shut up every now and then. Shut up. We do 1 billion experiments a second at the Large Hadron Collider about the earliest moments of the universe.
Well, the definition just goes on and says it's more than just a guess or hypothesis. A scientific theory is a comprehensive and coherent framework used to explain a wide range of related.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that definition, and I agree with that definition. Also, there's new people to the room. Feel free to come on.
Yes. Did you give the definition of theory, boss?
Yes, that was the definition of scientific theory.
Oh, I don't care about scientific theory.
That's what we're talking about, dumbass.
That's not what we're talking about.
Yes, we are. Big Bang is a scientific theory. It's a
Big Bang is
scientific theory.
Big Bang is, but before the Big Bang,
Inflation is a scientific theory. Inflation is a scientific
theory, yes.
Yes, inflation is a scientific
no.
theory.
Inflation occurred after
Before the Big Bang. Before the Big Bang.
After the Big Bang.
Before the Big Bang.
After.
Listen to me. You have to
After.
Stop talking, Ted. Jesus Christ, man. So this is the order of events after the initial inflation of the universe. That's 10 to the negative 43 seconds is where inflation starts. The Big Bang. Stop. The Big Bang starts at. Stop talking. The Big Bang. Stop talking. The Big Bang starts at 1 second after the initial inflation of the universe. So inflation comes before the Big Bang.
No, it does not.
Oh my God! Inflation, or Big Bang can only take you back to 1 second after the initial inflation of Earth space-time continuum. Inflation takes you back to 10 to the negative 43 seconds after the initial.
No.
Which one do you think came first?
Okay, a theory is a supposition.
No.
System of ideas.
No. We're not talking about a supposition here. We're talking about a well-evidenced scientific theory.
That's what inflation, eternal.
No. The eternal inflation.
That's
Right. That my friend.
Okay, hold on, guys, let me read this. Let me read this then. Eternal inflation is
shape or form.
Let me read this.
Anyway, anything.
Shut up, Tintin. Stop.
Let me read this. It says eternal inflation is considered scientific.
It's not scientific.
Shut up, you must shut up, or I will kick you from the goddamn room because you're not letting others speak. And I don't like when others don't get to speak. Damn.
Yeah, but you guys are lying.
Shut up, Tintin. Thank you, Dr. Dandy. Would you mind reading that? I apologize for the immersion.
Now that's fine. It says eternal inflation is considered scientific hypothesis or scenario within the border framework.
Thank you very much.
Small.
Thank
It's the smallest
you. Hypothesis.
Let me check.
Yeah.
Hypothesis.
I never said. Hey, you should say.
Read it again.
Tintin, will you shut up for 5 seconds?
Again.
Tintin, let me explain.
Oh, really? You want
Let
to
me
explain
explain.
scientific hypothesis?
Yes, it's a scientific hypothesis. I never said it wasn't anything other than. I never said it wasn't.
You guys,
Tintin, you must shut the fuck up. Oh my God, Tintin, shut up and let me explain. I have always said.
You don't have no idea, but you lied.
Fuck up.
You lied.
No, I never lied. I never said it was anything other than a scientific hypothesis. It is a mathematical theory. It's a mathematical theory. That's what I've been saying from the beginning. Jesus, Tintin, you're an annoying
That's
motherfucker.
a lie.
No, that's what I've been saying from the beginning, is that it's a mathematical theory. Mathematical theory is different from scientific theory. A mathematical theory
You
is...
never said that.
Listen.
You never said that.
Shut the fuck up. Listen. A mathematical theory can be a scientific theory, but shut up. A mathematical theory doesn't
You
always
never
start...
said that. Let the record show.
Shut up, let me explain to you, dick. So
No,
shut the fuck up. Can you keep your lips shut for 30 fucking seconds? Just don't talk. That's all you have to do is don't fucking talk. So a scientific theory is different from a mathematical theory. Mathematical theory can turn into a scientific theory, but it doesn't always. But it is a scientific hypothesis, but it's also a mathematical theory. So you just don't understand how these words work because you don't know anything about science. Jesus, Tintin, you're an annoying human being. Oh.
Can I ask Tim a question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Tim, do you believe in the multiverse theory?
Not here anymore.
Yeah, 10's gone.
Oh.
You didn't notice how quiet it was?
He got bored of stupidities of Donald. That's why he actually left this kind of...
Andy, thank you for your permission. And I never said that eternal inflation was a scientific theory ever. It's not. It's a mathematical theory. It's a scientific hypothesis. There's no way for us to test it. It's simply a scientific hypothesis, but it is a mathematical theory. Even gravity started off as a mathematical theory and then turned into a scientific. That's how it works. That's how it usually works. We figure out the math first, then we figure out the reality. I never called it. Wait, so inflation in our universe is a scientific theory. It's a well-evidenced scientific theory. Inflation outside our universe is a mathematical scientific hypothesis. Just like this.
That's what we have.
Donald, have you ever met 10 before?
Hey, hold on a second. Donald, I just want to say the most entertaining part of your room is listening to you scream at people to tell them to shut the fuck up. Otherwise, in terms of like education or presentation, there's none of that and you're pathetic. So it's just so much fun to hear you get so fucking angry when people just keep, basically wasting your time and their time. And just congratulations, Donald. I love your concept. I think it's hilarious, and I hope one day I'm able to successfully clone your concept. And
Everything that I say I can support with peer review.
that's so wonderful. I love that for you, Donald. Congratulations.
Do not accept peer review.
Donald, I completely disrespect you. I think you're a pathetic human being, and I just love what you do. So God bless and farewell.
It explains what you are, Joel. It explains a lot what you are.
Yes, thank you very little as well. Donald, congratulations. You are the ultimate schmuck. Congratulations.
Way out at like the check-in desk, they're like, "Thanks for being our first-time customer. Would you like?"
Man,
Yeah, it's boss. Yeah.
do the whole thing one more time.
تخمه من بخورید.
تخمه من بخورید.
بخورید. Yeah. بخورید. Yeah. So تخمه من is my body.
Like that was the first job I ever took. Ever. Like I didn't even understand like what it meant. Like I've heard about them and like I heard like trashy rappers talk about them and stuff, but like I did not understand what a dab was. And they're like, "Oh, yeah, we just like torch it and you smoke it." And I was like, "Torch?" And they're like, "Yeah, because it's not flour." And I was like, "What is it?" And they're like, "Well, it's concentrate." Like they were like trying to like explain to me what it was, and like I couldn't wrap my head around it. And they're like, "Just fucking smoke it." Like we're done explaining. I was like, "All right."
2012 was, I think, when I tried my first dab as well, and I remember like a similar experience. And then with whipping out a whole science experiment in this,
Right,
like,
for
little
real.
torch.
I was like, "Where is Bill Nye?"
And being like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, it looked.
Fucking torch that shit. Let's go.
Yeah, so I fucking hit that shit, and straight up out my brain bursted like stars and like Thomas Dolby or some shit. Be like, "She blinded me with science," and I was like, "Oh God!" And I don't even know how I made it home that day. We navigated the train somehow, but I was like, I'll never do that again. And of course I did, but you know what I'm saying? Like, in that moment, I was like, I never want to do this again. I think I'm on Pluto.
I think that I love weed. I love it. It's my biggest guilty pleasure. But dab, I have a few friends with dab, but like a rig, and that shit's crack. I think that's THC overload. It's crack. Like you're so high, it's not even like it's a chore. I mean, a bong is good enough, but like a dab. And then I have friends who they need that dab shit every single day. It becomes like crack.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Like my cousin, like he can't start the day without a dab, and I'm like, bro, like this is like the equivalent of you like shooting up in the morning. Like it's so concentrated. Like you need to get out your gourd, like to get your day going. Like that's trouble, my guy. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
like
because their tolerance is so high now,
I don't want my tolerance to ever get that high to the point where I need to like be a fucking chemist from.
Literally,
You have to inhale 100% THC. Like for you to get high, you have to inhale like 100% THC. Like that's crazy. I just
at what point? Like you know what I'm saying? Owen, you probably the way you're speaking, Owen, I know that you and I are of the same ilk. Like I'm thinking like when's the day when motherfuckers are gonna be like injecting, you know what I'm saying? Like they're gonna be like tapping their inner elbows in the fucking car outside of In-N-Out with straight up like dab liquid or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like these motherfuckers' tolerance are gonna be so high. Like it's like, bro.
Yeah, like regular. And I'm not gonna lie. Wait, let me show y'all what I got in the mail. So I live in Texas. I got this in the mail from a company called Mood, and 100% legal THC, no ID medical card required. And now they're competing with my Unplug. It's called like THCA, where you can get weed mailed to you. And THCA is basically it's legal. It's it's basically, it turns into THC once it's burned. It's like one of those.
Tell me about this. Wait a minute. How do I find this? Because I want to read up.
Okay, so go to hello. Actually, I'm gonna type it in the chat. When I read what it was,
Yeah,
man,
put it in the chat for sure.
Jesus
I need to know
Christ,
about
bro.
this.
Like,
Me and Flora
it's literally
were looking
THC. Like, because Delta 8 CBD is obviously, it doesn't have any psychoactive effects, but they found a way to sell weed without selling weed. It's literally weed, but it's called THCA, and it turns into THC as soon as you burn it, but it's legal. It's the same exact thing.
No, low key, that sounds fake. Like, it sounds like they put that on paper and it's just.
No, it's.
You know what I'm
it's
saying? Like,
chemistry.
it sounds like they're like, no, it's A. I promise, government of Texas.
No, I think that this is
Go on the website. It's legit
Someone
as
was
hell.
telling me they buy gummies with this stuff or something. I can't remember what it was, okay? But I remember coming across a study and starting to read it and thinking, I'm too high for this shit. I'll read it later. So it's coming full circle now. I think that this is true.
No, but think about it. Think about the way that we're all talking right now. Right? Like, none of us know what the fuck we're talking about. The government knows less than us always in any capacity, in any subject. So if we're sitting here talking about, like, THCA, THC, elemental P, like, XYZ, like, bullshit like that, like, bruh, I swear to God, I would bet my bottom dollar that the Republic or whatever the fuck you call it, the state of Texas, put A on the end of that. You'd be like, it's not real weed. It's only weed once you light it on fire. Look, what is happening? What in the Rip Van Winkle?
Oh, this is
I like how no one
Delta
going.
8. It turns into Delta 8.
I went to college for 4 years until no one got it.
What?
I said, what in the Rip Van Winkle? I went to college for 4 years to tell that joke, and no one got it.
Yeah, I only finished a little bit of college.
Thank you, Laura. See, I knew she would get it. That's why we squint at each other. I'm sorry, Owen. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's cool. I fuck with y'all. As soon as I saw South Park and weed, I was like, okay, these are some cool chicks.
Yeah, I'm about to add you. I just added you. I'm not gonna add Rab though because I'm scared of him. I think he might be like a Russian grandfather of like Christmas past or something.
I just met Teresa.
No,
but
not
I think
exactly.
I'm gonna like.
Oh hell yeah, we're friends. And you guys can join my club if you want to. Join the Rolling Bucket. I do rooms a lot. If I'm not in other rooms. That's the club that I created.
Yeah, but go on the website I put in the chat, and then there's a
yeah.
tab on the website that tells you what THCA is. And after
Moon has like
THCA,
commercials and shit.
yeah, after it's burned, it's literally THC. There's no difference.
It turns to Delta 8.
Like, why do they even ask? It's like, but. Alright,
So can you explain the difference between Delta 8, Delta 9, and stuff that isn't?
Oh, I have no idea the difference between Delta 8 and Delta 9 because I don't do that fuck shit. But in terms of this,
Turns into Delta 8. Go to their FAQ. It says, does this feel like marijuana? And it says, many people think so. Delta 8 THC is a cannabinoid naturally expressed in the cannabis plant. Oh yeah, so Delta 8 THC is a cannabinoid naturally expressed in the cannabis plant.
wow.
So it turns into Delta 8.
So, wait, does that make it more illegal?
This is still crazy though that I couldn't get this online.
They sell moon rocks. This is my thing. When you burn it, it is chemically the same as THC. So it's the same thing, but the actual flower isn't the same, so it's legal.
Okay, so based on what you've taught me and from what I've read, this is like a major like flex from the THC industry being like, well, it's not technically until you burn it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Could you
like kind of giving like the middle finger to the guy.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Just don't light it on fire. Like,
is. And I was like, man, my hood. I love JD. JD has been real to me. But I'm gonna start mailing my shit now.
Wait, so this isn't federally regulated?
It is. It's federally allowed.
Could you bring it in a plane or could you bring it on a boat?
I don't even know.
Can you bring it on a scooter?
I'm pretty sure you can bring it anywhere, but you know, when you have something that looks exactly like weed, I'm not gonna do something legal, yet waste my time getting arrested just to find out that I'm innocent. Like I hate that shit.
But are you bringing in a carrier pigeon? Sorry, Naoki, I didn't mean to talk.
I'm gonna try their moon rocks this week.
How much those look like per gram?
It's like $10 a gram. So like for 14 grams, it's like $140, and then like with the coupon I have, it's like 20% off with free gummies. So I'm gonna try it one time.
What is the effect though? Like, do you get high?
It's exactly the same as weed. It's exactly the same.
Yeah, it literally is.
What is the difference?
It's literally THC. It's like if you read like the article that I just read and sort of where Owen like pointed us in the direction, like it's literally like there's some sort of derivative where it's THCA, whereas THC is considered a narcotic in the United States, so it's like a federal offense if you have like more than an ounce or whatever. But if it's THCA or if it's like CBN, CBD, like all of these other like derivatives of the marijuana plant, like you're low-key like totally fine. And apparently now they've created this THCA that, you know, I'm not totally sure because I haven't smoked it. Only Owen's kind of advocating for it, but according to what he says and what this article says, like once you light it, it's just straight up weed. Like
if you're like in New York or Cali or some place where weed is legal, Vegas or some shit, there's no point in it because you're ending up in the same place already, right? But the flower itself is chemically different than regular bud, so it's legal. It's not marijuana, right? But
I honestly want to try it.
So
when you smoke it, as soon as fire touches it.
Hold on, it's really cool because I'm looking it up right now and it looks like THCA. The way that they get around it is just to reiterate, it's THCA, which isn't actually the chemical that is illegal. The chemical that is illegal is Delta 8. So I guess it's called thermal isomerization, and that's the chemical process that happens for THCA to turn to Delta 8. And what that just means is the chemical compounds need to heat up. So it is literally the same exact thing. I'm not a chemist, but it sounds like water turning into gas.
You're not a communist?
No, she said she's not a chemist.
You're not a comedian?
That's really cool though. So what I'm getting at is, it's the same exact thing.
I still want to try it, and I come from a place where weed is legal, so.
Oh, try it. The website is on. Is the website?
It's an American website. I don't know.
Dude, are you on your sales team or something?
No, I just like weed.
You ought to be paid, bro. You ought to be paid.
I'm gonna give her a coupon.
A pyramid scheme.
He's like after we start smoking this THC elemental P or whatever the fuck, he's gonna be like, hey, buy my NFTs.
I'm dying.
You know what I'm saying? You're like, I have NFTs for y'all, and we'll be like, yeah, dude,
That's when my mom diagnosed me with ABC 123 elemental.
Hell the fucking, he's like THC fucking balls.
Hit me up, bro.
Buy my
All
NFTs.
the letters.
Yeah, I got
Which letter do you want?
and then you get XYZ like down the way. You know what I'm saying? Like when you get God.
Yeah, and that's when
Yeah,
you're
XYZ.
reaching the stairway to heaven. Like,
Yeah, stairway to XYZ to the stairway.
yep, and they have like
Then you gotta do the alphabet backwards.
high alpha, high beta. You got all different kinds of highs.
Alpha, beta, zappa.
Yeah. I want to try them all though. I'm trying to get closer to God anyway, so.
Might as well, man. You can't OD on that shit. Like, it don't matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like folks who like are cutting lines and you're like, did you get fentanyl strips? Like, no one wants to like have that conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody wants.
Who are you and why are you so funny? I'm dying.
Literally, right? I met her today too.
I know Flora.
I came in this room and the first thing she basically said was that all the women are getting mad at her. She doesn't understand why women get mad at her when, and she feels like it has something to do with the fact that she doesn't give a fuck. And I was just thinking to myself, same. I've been thinking about this quite a bit.
Okay, I cannot relate to that.
Yeah, I'm just finding my child. Oh my god, I can't believe I haven't am I saying it right if I say gnocchi? I don't want to fuck this up.
Yeah.
Okay. I added you. I'm like, am I fucking this up? Like,
Yes.
like out the gate. Like, how the fuck?
Fuck it up.
Yeah,
Fucking this. That's when you know someone's from Philly because they just assume they're gonna like fuck up an important thing, like Super Bowls and World Series. So.
I'm not aware of American local culture, but broad culture I understand.
Wait, where are you from? Where you at?
Oh, I'm from the Netherlands. Yeah, I'm from America Light.
Bruh, you're out there like eating elk and shit. Oh my god.
Wait,
just,
what?
Like,
I am
Netherlands, bro?
German. Oh my god, y'all are so American.
No,
Y'all Europe, y'all
I thought you ate elk in the Netherlands. Am I wrong? What do y'all
This
eat?
is the Netherlands, bruh.
No, wait, what do y'all eat for real? I thought y'all ate elk and shit.
Potatoes. Oh my god.
That's
We eat potatoes. We eat
That's a great
meatballs.
question. What do they eat?
Yeah, what the fuck?
We
What's
eat
like a
blanchard.
breakfast? What are you having for breakfast?
Oh, yeah,
Eggs.
tell us.
Eggs and toast. And a hot dog.
Hot dog, like, what do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
That's a generalization, right?
What
Like, are
do
you talking
you
like,
mean?
are you
A
talking
hot
like
dog.
sausage? Like,
Yeah, it was a small sausage and then in a pistolet.
okay. I don't know what the fuck that is, but it sounds
You don't know what a pistolet is?
No, it sounds sexy.
Like a
fuck,
longer-
especially when you
like a
yell
longer-
again. Fuck.
Like
yell
a
again.
longer panini.
Oh, fuck. Yell it again. Like, one more time, please. Especially now that I know it's you. Oh, that's good shit.
It says people in the Netherlands eat toast with sprinkles.
Yeah, hagelslag.
I like the way she talks.
I like the way
Hagelslag
she
is
looks.
good. That's like
You could make a
chocolate,
YouTube
right?
video just saying that.
Thank
word.
you,
Right.
and thank you. Yeah, I am into the ASMR community, and you know
We're
what?
gonna do the YouTube?
Yeah, of
Can
course.
you look
You
up
do
like
YouTube?
No.
Where else? No, I don't. I do have a YouTube, but I don't have content. I listen to YouTube.
Miyoki, can I ask you to do me something? Please?
Maybe.
Just look up like a random product on Amazon and find the 1-star review and like just read it out loud in like the most eloquent way, like in your like accent.
I've never heard her.
Dying.
Hold on.
But
You know what I'm saying? Like a
it's
flashlight.
like
Like a reader. Can you do it? Just look up like any review on anything, or like a review.
You know, I have
for-
a Reddit post I want you to read.
Yeah. Like
It's
just like
Dutch?
read it, like please.
It's not
It's
Dutch.
Dutch?
No.
Or with a Dutch accent. I can speak with
Just
a
however the fuck you want to say it, because your
I
voice
can
is awesome
speak-
no matter what. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Ik hoop het met er wel speak if I speak like this.
oh yeah.
This is exactly how we speak in my country.
Oh,
But,
yeah.
I guess
Like,
it's just a little bit.
get like a 1-star review for like a toaster on Amazon.
Here, read this at the top.
Oh,
Shit. Why
so
didn't it-
excited.
Give me a link. I will
so
fuck
excited
it up
for
for you.
Look, people are piling in the room to hear
Fuck
this.
it up.
Hear your Norwegian roast of this fucking review.
It's not a review.
That's Norwegian.
Or
Oh
hear,
my god.
hear your
You said
Norwegian.
German. You said Norwegian. Everything but Dutch. You said everything but Dutch.
All right, Dutch.
I don't
Now we
like
said
it. I feel offended from.
Read it at the top.
I couldn't be more
I can't
sorry.
open it.
And we forgot about the.
Accept. Doorgaan. I need to log in. Man, do I get it? Oh man, I'm an incel. I have Reddit?
If you were an incel, you'd be on 4chan.
True that.
I'm a semi-cell. Okay, I'm logged in. It sounds crazy, but I've never been all that religious. I don't go to church because I have no way of getting there. But I do believe in God. I was playing the guitar outside that night and I decided to open the door while standing. I'm not sure why I did that, but I was sounding kind of bad. And the thought of I sell my soul kind of crossed my mind without my will. That kind of thing is normal to me though, because I have anxiety. Random thoughts appear in my head, and then afterwards I felt scared, anxiety. And now I sound better. I'm not sure if I sold my soul or if it was just forum practicing or I found that perfect singing pitch because I had been singing all long time. Thank you for listening.
That perfect
That was
singing
so
pitch.
hard. Oh my god. To not speak with an American accent is hard.
Dude, that was so fucking funny.
Oh my gosh, I was dying laughing because I love that post so much.
Oh shit.
I kind of want to try one. I want to try to do like a Russian accent because I think I do like a halfway decent one.
Go ahead for it. Go ahead.
All right. What should I review? Like, what review should I read? Like, what?
Something
item?
very angry, like y'all gave me brown bread instead of white, and now I have an allergic reaction because I'm allergic to white or brown gluten. Because secretly, my body is racist, so I only eat white bread. I don't know, something like that.
Alright, I'm looking at this toaster on Amazon. I'm trying to find like a 1-star review.
The money is like, yes, put it in the script. Yeah, I'm talking about Netflix right now.
God, this must be like the best toaster. They're all fucking form factors.
Why is toast the topic though? Like, no.
I don't know. What can I read that's like, maybe if I just Google like angry Amazon reviews. Here we go. Angry Amazon.
Type angry Russian review. Like the fuck? Google is your best friend.
Yeah.
And why are you drawing dicks?
Yeah.
Drawing dicks? That's a small dick.
There we go.
And a cute dick. Very cute.
41 funniest Amazon product reviews. So yeah, I can do one of these in Russian accent. This is for a big for her medium ballpoint pen. Okay, my husband has never allowed me to write, as he doesn't want me touching men's pens. However, when I saw this product, I decided to buy it using my pocket money, and so far it has been fabulous. Once I had learned to write, The feminine color and the grip size, which was more suited for the delicate little hands, has enabled me to vent thoughts about new recipe ideas, sewing, gardening. My husband is less pleased with this product because he believes it will lead to more independence, and he hates feminine tingling sensation, along with visions of fairies and rainbows. He gets it. He picks it up whenever he is to be finding. So that's a real thing that was written on.
I feel offended for all Russians, so you did well. You did well, because I feel offended.
Спасибо.
Krishna, Krishna.
It's actually Russian New Year right now. If anyone wants to.
Really?
Yeah. It's
Happy New Year.
It's this week. Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, спасибо.
Let's bomb the world.
From the January to the February, we celebrate. Till we speak in yes, yeah. And
Yes.
we make potato.
Yes.
We make potato 14 different ways.
Oh, 14.
There is
That's
also 14.
Sick.
Yeah, that you can.
Yeah.
People don't know.
Yeah.
Borscht.
Borscht.
Borscht. You know what's kind of cool about Russian New Year? I had a Russian roommate for a couple of years when I was in LA. I think it's like January 12th or something. That's like the actual Russian New Year. And one of the things that they do is they, like at midnight, I think it's like January 12th. And they take a piece of paper and you write kind of like either like a wish or like a goal or like what your intention is for like the next year. You write on like a little piece of paper, like about as big as you would get out of like a fortune cookie. And then at the count of midnight, you set that piece of paper on fire and you drop it into your champagne glass and you chug it. So you have to like drink the ashes and everything.
Right.
And then upon doing that, it ensures that your intention will come into fruition. I always thought that was such a cool.
It's stolen, but it's very traditional. Not on paper, but on leaves, actually. Real leaves. They put like intentions on the leaves, burn it, and not only on New Year's, they do it actually all around the year, I guess. But it's been a tradition. I like that tradition because that tradition is actually very impactful. Next to sex magic.
You're talking about burning it on bay leaves?
Yes. You know. I know you know. You're Puerto Rico.
Yes,
like you have Yoruba.
So it's the same that in Puerto Rico they write it on bay leaves and just burn it?
I don't know if it's in whole Puerto Rico, but I do know that Puerto Rico has Yoruba culture.
Yeah, it's not all Puerto Rico.
Really cool.
Hey, Flora. Yeah, bay leaves are normally attached to these spells. What you do is you write on the back of it like sometimes you can write an amount. You can do a gratitude to a higher power, yada yada yada, and then you burn it, and it's a money spell. Yeah, I mean, there's different ways of burning different things that represent different objectives, I guess you could say.
Yeah, but like I said, the Russians stole it, so like they steal everything.
Yeah, they certainly do. But yeah, that was what they did on New Year's, and I thought that was really cool. It's like
it is. And it's also impactful because when you do it randomly, it has less impact than you do it on like a newer year. or on a year where a lot of people do it, because there's like collective consciousness also, right? Like collectively put frequency into this one focus, then yeah, shit will expand.
Yeah, I find it fascinating, and I think, it's like, you know how you were saying, like, cultures influencing other cultures, like, it's a communal experience too. You know, albeit different cultures like celebrate the same intention differently, like the same intention is still, you know, taking place.
Yeah. I love that authentic traditional shit is still alive. I hope that a lot of people will continue to do that, even though it gets demonized a lot, because it does. Even spirituality in itself, even being Christian today gets demonized. Like just having a certain belief gets demonized today by society because you're not neurotypical, basically. It comes with challenges. It comes with being higher. It comes with thinking outer worldly. And people don't like that because people think it's scary. People think it's unknown. So they demonize you. No. And it's happening with religions as well. Sorry, Flora?
No, you're just absolutely right. And I love that you said that you how did you word it? Just like you love basically the roots of it, right? The foundation of it, because I think there's so much truth to what you're saying. For example, like the whole, thing about bay leaves, or, the practice of espiritismo, or even, like voodoo, or anything like that. It ends up, at least right now, like espiritismo, like it's so difficult to find information on that kind of stuff written in books. Like there was just a book released, I think in 2021 that I have, that is one of the first people who like went to dig for that kind of information on where things like that started, because now it's just like, I'm sorry, but, and I am white, like white girl target witches. You know what I'm saying? It's like you don't even know where it came from. You don't even know where it came from. And it's been whitewashed so much. It's been whitewashed so much. People don't even know where, like nobody does, because colonization and just whitewashing of everything. And it's a shame. It's a shame that these things don't become more accepted until they've been whitewashed in something that you can sell.
Yeah. But like I feel you as a white person, but heritage-wise and culturally-wise, I don't see you as Caucasian. And there's a difference, right? Like you can be white by skin color. Let's say a white South African is African, has blacker parents or darker parents, but is still white, is still considered white, historically and culturally and traditionally and everythingly. They don't have Caucasian ancestry, right? So I always distinguish those two. You can be white as in color, and you can be white as in culture. And I feel like a lot of people tend to forget that, because in some cultures, it, Flora, in particular Afro-Latina culture, Latinx culture, you can be white and still be considered as Afro-Latino, right? Because people in that culture are so limited to skin color, and anti-blackness is so real and deep-rooted that everything that is darker than white is considered black or Afro. And that's an issue.
Can I say something?
No, just kidding.
Of course you can. Hermes.
So, there's no borders from space. When you're in orbit and you're looking at our planet, we're all Earthlings.
Okay. That's easy to say when you're not oppressed. Well,
I see no color. I'm just kidding.
Like head ass. I don't see color head ass. I see humanity. Like, okay, we're trying that as well. We're trying.
I agree though, because there's a difference between race and ethnicity, right? But then not only that, but there's Afro-Latina because of the way that colonization worked, over history. I'm not a historian, please don't test me. But That's what it is. It has nothing to do with skin color.
No, it's just white supremacy and implementing the white drop rule on everyone, basically. Not only black people, but everyone that is tanned, basically. White people are racist to other white people just because they have brown hair or red hair or have freckles or are poor. Like, come on.
But
We
there
know
are
who that is.
there are brown and black people that are racist too.
Okay. See, you're like, that's not the point. We know that, but that's not the point. We're in no way
prejudice card. I'm not going to.
Or, I mean, I'm racist. I try to, but that's not the point. And it's very telling that that is your point at this point.
Whose point? What point? My point?
Hermes, he was like, it's like saying men have a higher rate of killing women. And then he's like, but not all men. But wait a minute, women do this as well. That's like, that's the card he pulled.
Oh yeah, and just like basically like facts that may be equated but don't necessarily.
Yeah, exactly. It's like just wanting to instigate. I know what you are, but it's okay.
I don't think he was trying to instigate, but it definitely doesn't leave room for others to share their experiences, right?
That's why I said it's okay. It is okay. I'm just saying it wasn't really, because now the whole conversation has, derailed because it was so informative at first, but now it's like, okay, we're just.
I mean, it's whatever. We can move on to like another subject, maybe even like a little bit more conversational. Like, the room is titled suicide. I wish I could change it. Like,
I think that every time, if you had different room titles,
yeah, that's the thing. Like, the fact that you always do suicide, like, I don't often come into your rooms.
Why is the room called suicide though?
I don't know. Like the first couple times I came into his rooms when it was titled this, I like legitimately was trying to check up on his like mental health and stuff, and then he would always like tell me he was fine and whatever. So I stopped coming in here for a while because I was like, all right, so he was fine.
Really?
Yeah, and then this is the first time I've been in the quote unquote. No, this is the first time I've been in T's room called suicide in like months. Cause like, I don't walk in here wanting to hear that he's okay in a room titled suicide. Cause it's like every single night.
Also, people talk about it too. They're like, oh, that weird guy who always titles his room suicide.
Yeah, like I mean, to me at this point, it's like a brand, and it's like, why would you want that to be your brand? You know what I'm saying? Like,
he's really cool. I don't know why he's not talking.
Yeah, I think he's really cool too. I've spoken to him on the phone outside of Clubhouse and stuff. I think he's great. But it's like every fucking night with this suicide shit, and I don't understand.
I'm just wondering what. Let me guess. He's a dude, right? Okay.
Yeah, he's a dude.
He's from America, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what is his ethnicity. He gives me strong Asian or black vibes. Like strong Asian vibes, like my mom wanted me to be.
You're kind of hitting it on the nose on both ends. In like a weird way. You know what I'm saying? Like, no.
Oh.
Like black dudes in the anime.
Oh shit. Oh
yeah.
Shit. Oh
yeah.
Dying. And he haven't said shit yet, okay?
Yeah.
So he's a black dude into anime. I know what he is.
Yeah, unless I got to mix up with someone else from relatively certain dude I'm fucking thinking of.
Wait, Teresa, are you in Philly?
Yeah.
So you're both in Philly?
Yeah. I don't know.
Do you guys know each other in real life?
Who? What are you talking about?
Never mind, I can't dox you.
I don't know what you mean. Who else lives in Philly in this room?
I think
Oh, it's in his bio. T lives in Philly.
D.
Money. Rayon.
Oh yeah, he said that, John, and like we ain't met yet though. But I was living in LA the last like 12 years. I've only been back in the Philly area for like less than a year, so I haven't met up with like a lot of folks from Clubhouse on the East Coast yet.
How far are you from Northern Liberties?
Well, I'm in Central PA, so like it'll probably take me an hour. But I used to live in Fishtown.
Oh my gosh, you used to live in Fishtown? How long ago? That's my favorite town.
That's where I grew up.
I was gonna say Fishtown, but I assumed that you like. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I grew up in Fishtown, and I went to Temple, and then as soon as I graduated Temple, I moved to Los Angeles. But yeah, I lived right at you know where like 95 and like Firth and Gall. I know that sounds like really random, but it's like Aramingo, Firth, Gall, and there's like a Wawa right there before you get the I-95.
What is that restaurant called? There's a restaurant.
Right Maze.
No, it's a Mexican restaurant. It's a.
Oh yeah.
They serve tequila there. Local Pez. Have you been there?
I don't know what it's called. Yeah, and then there's Ida Mays, the Irish place around the corner, like 2 blocks to the east, before you cross Aramingo. Because when you cross Aramingo, that's where the Wawa is.
Yeah. You're bringing back a lot of memories.
So yeah, dude, that's where I grew up, man. That's my hood.
Damn, I dated someone who lived in my town and then moved to Fishtown, and so we kept our relationship going, and I would drive down there every single weekend. I would go down, what was it, Aramingo?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, drive down there. I also ordered a, what's it called, edible fruit arrangement thing from the Aramingo location, and they stole my identity, and they tried to buy, like, they bought over $900 worth of medication from CVS, and it was just kind of sad, but like, yeah, and I know it was that was the worst experience.
Well, it's Northern Liberty, Shani. I'll tell you that.
I went there,
actually, that area is not even
1 star. Like,
if you're trying to flex, you call it Northern Liberties, but really that's Fishtown and that's Port Richmond. Like, you'll be like, I live in Northern Liberties, but then you bring
people correct me on that all the time.
It's not. Northern Liberties is up 3rd Street. Like, people are flexing if they're like living in Fishtown or Port Richmond, saying that they live in Northern Liberties.
What about tattoos?
Those are like the folks that like say they live in Brooklyn, but they actually like live in like Astoria.
Oh my gosh, right? Or live in New York and say like, why do you say New York? It's just New York. It's just New York.
They all hear me? It's like, no.
Yes, we can hear you. Teresa, have you been to Tattooed Mom?
Okay. Oh yeah, I used to work for her.
No, Tattooed Mom was a bar.
Yeah, and I used to work
with the owner? Oh my gosh! I went there on my birthday one year because I loved that place too.
Tattooed Mom.
I had a pickle flavored martini there.
Yeah, I used to work for her, and then I worked. My brother's a professional race car driver, and I also because she owned Tattooed Moms, and she owned Williams Grove Speedway in Central Pennsylvania, which is where I'm located now, on my dad's property. And I worked for her on her speedway also. I bartended at Tattooed Moms, and I also worked at Williams Grove for her. She's a fucking pistol, I'll tell you, man. Hot pink hair, covered in fucking tats, unapologetic. I mean, she's a fucking queen, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm on Google Maps right now because y'all said some places in Philly. I'm at Local Pass front door right now, but I'm wondering what is Montrose?
So many times.
What is Montrose?
Montrose is a neighborhood northwest of the area that Flora and I were just speaking about.
Oh, y'all got trams. Oh shit, y'all got trams. See, you got the dental pavilion.
We got the L and we got the Broad Street area.
Yep. It just looks
and the
like
a dented area.
Yep. Oh, y'all call it trolley.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
And then we got the L and we got the Broad Street line. The Broad Street line goes underground. The L goes underground.
Oh,
too,
yeah,
but it's
yeah,
mostly-
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm now at Axum Cafe.
Yep.
At Baltimore Avenue, Southwest Cedar Park.
Yeah, it's on the way. But we were speaking more in the northeast section of the city. So like if you look at the map and you look at City Hall,
I'm at Baggett. Farragut? Oh no. Pause.
yeah.
Farragut.
I loved how much.
Did you hear the way she just said that? Farragut? That's
I
hilarious.
didn't say that. I'm at Farragut.
Farragut. I'll never forget that for as long as I live. I'm not even going to correct you. You said it completely wrong, but I'm never going to correct you. That's the way I want you to say it.
I was slurring it up.
That's
okay,
fucking hysterical.
Every time when someone talks about America, I go to Google Maps, so it's very nice.
Farragut.
Often. I mean,
nope.
Baltimore Avenue.
You got that. Do you want to try the other one again?
No, I'm good.
Can you please?
Nah. I'm not a slurrer. I'm not a slurrer.
Farragut.
Farragut. Farragut.
Oh, I'm so satisfied. Oh my gosh. That was great. Thank you so much. Farragut.
Yeah, you came.
I did. Farragut.
Farragut.
I mean, but like the thing is, like, I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, growing up in like places like that, like folks like saying shit wrong, like.
It looks nice, but it looks a lot like New York.
Yep, it looks like that's the way you're supposed to say it. It's not the way you're supposed to say it, but it looks like that. And you're like, hey, Farraguts, and everyone's like, ah, it's just a wonderful experience. Farraguts.
Yeah, America looks so deserty.
Yeah, it's
Another
giant.
thing about that spot, Gnocchi, is a lot of the locations are cash only, and if you forget your money at home, you have to walk a long time before you hit an ATM machine.
If you ain't got no money, take your broke ass home. I love Philly already.
Oh yeah.
Hi everyone.
Hey, Euphony.
What's up?
We are chilling, like grilling, killing, and billing.
Okay, so you're trying to bell it.
Nope, not at all. I tried. That's a good word. Keyword, tried, but I failed.
You're
I'm
good.
actually mad right now. I'm so angry and mad. I hate
My
that.
word.
Because I got disappointed by one, so I hate all of y'all right now.
Oh, I think I
Not
would
to
blame.
me,
I
I
would
didn't
blame
have
you.
my expectations met, so that's why I hate all of you.
Yeah, it's
Zero expectation.
You don't hate me. Quit tripping.
Are you identifying as a man?
Me.
No, Teresa.
Oh, I thought you said it all, like everybody.
No, just the men. No, women can do no wrong. It's the
Oh, okay.
Oh.
If you want to look at what, okay, no, since
That's
we were
very
talking about Philly,
feminist.
low key, like I hate to, sorry, Fanny or whatever the fuck you're called. Gilly the Kid, get down on the ground, look at this video. So this was filmed in my neighborhood when I was going to college. Like, I remember getting home from class and, like, seeing this shit getting filmed, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that was when Gilly the Kid, like, just got out of jail. And this random white lady in the front of the video next to Gilly, like, I don't know, it's everything. Y'all gotta watch this video. Like, it's just, like, it's not a good rap song. Like, I'm not telling you on the
I
song.
know.
The video is
Because
great.
I know him, and I was so baffled that you shared him because he's not a good artist.
He's from my hood, bruh. Of course I'm gonna share him. He's from Fort Richmond. Yeah.
Why don't you represent Will Smith? The fuck? Represent him?
He's from West Philadelphia, bruh.
What? That's a difference?
Yeah, I'm from Northeast.
Okay, well, represent Kevin Hart. Shit.
Dude, I swear to God, like low key, I used to make this joke over and over again when I was living in LA, especially when I was bartending, because I would get like mad tips for this fucking joke. I had like bartender jokes that I wouldn't tell on stage as a comedian, you know what I'm saying? Like, and people would be like, "Oh, where are you from?" I'd be like, "Philadelphia." And people would be like, "Oh, wow, what brought you all the way to Los Angeles?" And I'd be like, "I don't know, man. Got one little fight. My mom got scared." Instant tips, dude. Instant.
Oh my God. Oh my God, you're a victim.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm so glad you're in LA now. And you'd be like,
it was one little fight. Oh, I got scared.
It's because you're moving with your auntie and uncle in Bel Air. Shit.
All of a sudden, now here I am.
I'm here. And I'm
You know, like, no, but low key, like in all seriousness, there was a couple of guys that were up to no good. Like, they were making trouble.
Started making trouble in your neighborhood.
Yeah, you know.
Oh, shit.
Dude, you were so on key with that.
They did, bro. They started making trouble.
Shit.
What I thought was wild, what I always thought was wild, and I still think is wild to this day, is how you could drive through Temple, where Temple University is, and all of, how the neighborhood gets so nice, and then suddenly you pass a PetSmart, and now you see a man who is missing an arm. You go a little bit further,
for less,
you see a
yes.
man who's missing both his arms, and you go a little bit further, and there's just missing an eye,
you don't want to
missing
keep
a leg,
going.
missing 2 arms. It's like, how did this change so fast?
Oh, it's instant. It's instant. New York does
What?
New York.
And honestly, I'm
baffled
not gonna
me.
joke. It's sad, man. It's sad.
Yeah.
The first time I went to New York, I had this. It was just one, how do you call it? Like this stop away, and how do you call it? Like the stop that turns green and red and orange.
A stoplight.
Stoplight. So as soon as we came from an area where the airport was, which was very big. Like the area was so big for no reason. Like the JFK area is so big. We exited the JFK area, came in the white area of New York. I think it was Brooklyn. And then we stopped at a stoplight for I think 5 minutes. It was very long. As soon as we went through that stoplight or that area, everything was black. Like blackety black. It was so baffling to me how one stoplight was the segregation. Like what?
Yep, and it's always the one you gotta sit.
That's so baffling. Like it's not nuanced. It's not, we kind of have, we're diverse. We're inclusive. No, it's like bam, bam. Like a border.
Oh yeah, like in LA, if you want to go to Little Tokyo, you ride the Gold Line. If you get off at Little Tokyo or Chinatown, everything is Japanese and Chinese, everything. Even when you walk into the stores, the only thing you can understand is the prices of the clothing. You can't understand if it's fucking cotton or anything like that. On the tags,
it's not subtle.
Yeah, it's not subtle at all. It's like walking into another world. And I think that's great. Obviously, segregation is not a good thing, but it is cool to go into a city and feel like you're stepping into another world when you go into areas that were cultivated, from certain cultures with their own restaurants and shops and things like that. I think that's really neat. But it is wild. You get off the train at a certain stop and you're like, where the fuck am I? It looks like Korea. You know what I'm saying? That's the type of shit that happens.
Interesting. I am actually planning on coming back to America, but I don't know which state yet. But every state sounds so interesting to me now, especially LA, especially California.
Listen, I lived in California for 13 years. And what I can 100% certainly promise you, if you move to Los Angeles, you can do anything that you can think of. Anything. Without question. If you can think of it, you can do it. And if it's not directly in LA, it's not that far away. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to ski, like it's really like, you can do anything you can think of. And it doesn't matter what food you want. There's probably a restaurant that serves it authentically. You know what I'm saying? You'd be like, oh, I want Cambodian food. And then boom, like there's one like around the corner. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Like,
That's
like
the
there's
thing I
just,
miss in Europe.
Yep. Every idea you have, I promise you, it can come into fruition within hours if you're in the city of Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want full freedom of like your mind and sort of getting reacquainted with the United States, New York or Los Angeles, I do think that Los Angeles would be a better adjustment simply because the weather is better, as long as you're able to, like, if you want a car, cool. A lot of people prefer to have it. I lived there for 13 years and never had a car, and I was fine. And the public transportation got way, way better in the years that I lived there. So, like, it's not as good as New York, but you can get by easily if you manage your time correctly. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And you don't need a car. And if a train's, you know, not functioning, like getting an Uber, you can usually get one within like 2 or 3 minutes. So, like, you wouldn't be like late to work or something if you didn't have a car. And then if you decided down the road that you want your own vehicle, then you can work on that. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's not one of those cities where it's like, oh fuck, I need a car. You know, like Philly, you need a car for the most part. Florida, you need a car. San Diego, you need a car. LA, New York, you do not need a car. Not at all. Especially with Uber, dude. Because with insurance and gas, like, people are like, oh, Uber's so expensive. And it's like, bitch, like, even during rush hour, if I'm spending $10 on an Uber, I'm still not spending as much as you are every month on, like, your car insurance. And, like, car payment, you know what I'm saying? Like, and your gas, like, you just need to, like, manage your time correctly.
Well, I've been to New York. I never been to Cali, so it's high on my list, especially Compton.
Compton is great, and it's only getting better. Like, if you wanted to get, like, a larger apartment, like Compton or...
Inglewood?
Yeah, Inglewood got way more expensive because of the new stadium for football. So Inglewood is pretty, like, it's, I wouldn't say it's pricey-er, but it's just as pricey as, like, regular, the city of LA. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I'm telling you, like, if you're seriously thinking about it, you know, I lived there for such a long time. I would be happy to, like, point you in the right direction. Like, if you kind of, like, just set me, like, I don't know, maybe, like, a wish list or, like, a set of guidelines, I could point you in the direction of what neighborhood I think would be best for you based on, like, your requirements. And then,
well, I'm
kind of, like, because it's much larger than people think.
I'm not planning on living there yet. Maybe in the future, because I'm not planning on staying here either. And chances are high I might end up in America because, English is just very fluent to me. To me, America has everything and more comparing to where I live. Even though we are benefited more financially and also when it comes to laws and shit, I think culturally I would be better off in America. But living there, I think I would only do that when I meet someone there, or from there, and decide to, move over.
Well, of course I can give you. Of course we can get married, and I can give you citizenship. Of course. That's exactly what I was thinking.
I'm only doing it if we're gonna end up on a farm, though. That's my dream.
You said a farm?
Yeah, I love.
Do you know how much money you have to have the type of farm that you're talking about in the United States?
I didn't talk about any farm. I just said a farm.
A farm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
but
backyard
farmers are
with animals. Yeah.
Oh! I thought you meant like a farm with like cows and horses and stuff. Do you mean like hydroponic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two
that's
cows.
a millionaire.
2 cows.
That's a millionaire.
Horses.
No, it's not. No.
Yeah.
He's tripping.
To become a new farmer, that takes capital. You have to buy the land, and then you have to have the expertise, and then that's incredibly expensive. Farming in America,
or you can just buy a farm. Like, no, you're making it sound like it's impossible.
No, it's not impossible. It's incredible investment. It's not just something. Oh, I have a farm and I just have a prairie. You have to buy, and then like.
I don't think she thought it was an instant thing. I just feel like you're being like really aggressive. Like, why are you?
It's definitely I want to die with.
And when you're from the West Coast, like I'm not. I'm sorry.
You're like farm. It's like okay, down. It's like a literal idea.
Bitch, do you know how expensive that is?
It's like, all right, calm down. We're just said farm. We're just having ideas. It's like, can you imagine how hard farm? It's like, oh my god, all right.
I have a big point about that. Sorry about that, but looking at farming, like those YouTube reels and shit, and you end up like watching reels of shit that has nothing to do with you. I watch a lot of farming reels.
Oh,
and no, it's not just I have a farm and I live on a prairie and oh my god, the little pig. That's money. That's money.
My farm?
I would love to have a pig though.
Yeah, a pig would be cool. I'd love to kill it.
But it would be hypocritical because I love myself some bacon too,
There's nothing wrong with loving a pig before you eat it.
No, it's weird, bruh.
No, it's not.
It's weird, bruh. I don't like to investigate anything.
I raised a duck from a duckling and we ate that shit. We ate that duck. Tasted amazing.
Bruh. I would cry the whole thing.
No, I'm serious, bruh. Like, and I'll never forget the first time I killed a live sweet shrimp. I twisted its head off. And I ate the whole jaw. You know what I'm saying? Like, I killed that jaw and I ate it.
I ate the whole jaw, know what I'm saying?
I did.
He's so rough.
I didn't mean to go full hood, but like that shit happened, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ate that joint. I don't know why
Not full hood.
Okay, so a smaller farm, 2 acres. How much money do you need to start farming? It's a complicated question with no general answer. You can expect to spend between $600 to $10,000. Large scale operation can be over $2 million to start. Okay, is it hard to get into farming?
Sorry,
it's tough.
That was Swizz calling me. He wants me to ping him back. I guess he couldn't find the room anymore.
Oh.
I'm like, it's your fucking room, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay, it's a lot. It's a lot less expensive than I thought it was. It's between $20,000 and $120,000.
That sounds expensive.
First of all, it's a huge margin. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But most people don't have sitting around.
Exactly. Not me.
Because $20,000 is like, that's like mini farm. That's like 120. That's still mini farm. It's still mini.
So what you're saying is I need to get retired first and then be able to maybe get a farm or die on a farm.
No, like you can find a dude whose family owns a farm already. But most of those Midwestern dudes, they kind of already have their own. They can find a dude that already is in farming unless he's
You're
Hispanic.
not a fucking farm scientist. You're talking about your ass.
No. He is up to something.
I don't even know why he's anti farm or anti
No.
ideas
I'm
of
not
you. He's
anti.
you could probably share
I literally said,
farm.
oh snap, it's a lot cheaper than I thought it was. And I was like,
What in the high noon with Paul Newman having ass motherfucker is talking?
Farm. This is my culture. It's not your costume.
I thought
what?
it was a lot more expensive. 20,000 to get started with about 2 acres, you know.
Bruh,
Get a little
it's
effort.
not expensive. That's why folks do it, bruh. It's for people that are farming.
I mean, they made
Because
up a
it's
garden.
not fucking expensive. It's hard work, but it's not expensive, bruh. No. He's
I'm gonna go with the vibe you feel.
Maybe it was a farm animal that made that article.
No, for real. It was like a chicken that was don't buy us.
No, but when you say farm, what do you mean? When you say farm, what do you mean? When I hear farm, I'm thinking about a stable, you know, like a farm.
No, that's
you know, you sit on the porch, you watch the sun fucking set and shit while your grandma's sitting.
If you have bulls and horses and cows, that's a ranch, my guy.
Bulls and cows. Nah, I'm good.
Bulls, cows, that type of joint. A farm is chickens, eggs, and plants, my guy.
Well, you're
talking about ranches, my guy.
Yeah,
That's just expensive. You gotta build stables. They're shitting all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and then you need to tame them joints because they're fucking aggressive and they got hooves and they can
Wait, they say Jaws out there all over the West Coast. Where you from?
I'm from Philly, but what I'm saying, yeah, and they got ranches out there in the West, yeah. Not in LA, of course. I lived in LA, but yeah, they got ranches out there, man. Fuck.
Yeah,
but a ranch is different than a farm.
I was thinking about ranch.
Listen.
When y'all say ranch, I'm thinking about sauce.
Yeah. We were talking about farm. That's just do on your own pennies on the dollar. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
I'm thinking about
veggies and shit, and maybe raising a few chickens. You know what I'm saying? That type of shit. But if you're talking about ranching, so Pennsylvania and California are the 2 states in the USA that produce the most dairy. So all of the dairy cows, top 3, if I want to include New Jersey, I don't, because fuck New Jersey, but it exists. Come from New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and California. That's where all of our milk comes from, shit like that. Ranches, steak and shit like that, they're all coming from Texas, areas like that. That's where our beef is coming from. You're getting Angus steak, most likely that shit's coming from Texas, Arizona, Arkansas, Louisiana, that type of shit. If we're talking about just farming, just pure agriculture, those ones are coming from, people's backyards at farmers markets and all the other 50 states. You know what I'm saying? It's not that hard to grow a fucking spring onion. You can grow that joint in a fucking 7-Eleven cup. You know what I'm saying? It's not that tough. But you get a piece of land and you can profit off it, bada bang. Look, I don't pontificate unless I know exactly what I'm talking about. So I'm sorry that I kind of ranted, but low-key, what I'm saying is correct. If you want to raise livestock, yeah, you need hella land and you got to take care of them. But if you're just farming, corn and squash and fucking beans or whatever.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. That's what I was like, oh, yeah. When she said farming, I was thinking about the way that you're using ranching. So you're totally right. If you're just talking about having your own property, being able to set up your own homestead and stuff like that, that shit looks cool as fuck. And it's not as intensive,
And truthfully, if you wanted to just low scale it and just feed your own family, you only need 3 chickens and 1 cow. You know what I'm saying? Maybe 2 cows, 3 chickens if you have a family of 4. Because then you got constant eggs, constant milk, and pasteurizing kits are pretty much on the cheap. So you could get by with 2 cows and 3 chickens and just be fine and be off the grid and grow your own vegetables. But you don't need a whole lot of land that for that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? You get the for the chickens, the little coop or whatever, and then you have an acre of land for 2 cows. So you got eggs, milk.
I don't care if that's commercial farming or not. Cows are still maintaining a cow is still expensive.
Well, the thing is, if you, there's a huge difference between a dairy cow and a steer. So if you're raising a steer in order to be butchered, that's expensive as fucking shit. So every year, for example, this was actually the first year because I was in California for so long. I was in LA. This year was the first year that I saw the yearly steer split that my family does every year. They go to this guy who slaughters a steer every single year, and my family splits the steer, right? So that's 3 families splitting 1 steer for the year. And I never saw it since I was a kid, pretty much. All the meat laid out, and I was organizing the different cuts, short rib, ribeye, just all of the different cuts from 1 steer. And my family, and all the ground beef, you know what I'm saying? And it was split up 3 ways, 3 different sections of my family, and we literally do not have to buy beef until next year. And that's 3 families, 1 steer. No, not needing to buy beef for an entire year, 3 families. That's insane.
That is insane.
It's just 1 fucking steer, bruh.
I like the people who go. I have some, white friends in Dallas, and they go elk hunting, and I have elk burger. And when they catch 1 elk, that shit lasts in their fridge for years.
Yup. And not only that, dude, you gotta admit that shit tasted fire, right? Because elk
it
meat
tastes
is
like
so
the earth.
fucking good.
Baby tastes amazing, I have to say.
It's even better than venison, dude. Elk meat, you can't even compare it to anything. It's so good. And yeah, they're huge too.
Teresa, have you heard of homesteading? I think you're in the Matrix.
Am I in the Matrix?
No, I think that was me. I think I just switched to LTE. I think that was me.
What's homesteading?
Homesteading is living off the grid, building your own cabin, and basically having 0 bills. Basically buying the land, building your own cabin, just kind of doing everything yourself.
Solar and
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's basically what I would like to do. I'm still gonna need gas. And I was in growing window. I took 2 specs through
that and grow. So and soil here shortly and probably grow a little avocado tree. And I'm tending to an olive tree currently as well. But even like a head of romaine, can you guys hear me?
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay, because I got the red bar. So, it went away. But also like, you know how you get like a head of like romaine, and there's like that triangle.
You're in the Matrix now.
How the fuck am I in the Matrix now when there's no bar?
Well, now you're not in the Matrix anymore.
Okay, that's strange. But you know, like when you cut like a head of romaine in half, and there's like that triangle heart.
Mm.
So if you take that after you chop the romaine, like for a salad, if you put a toothpick in it and submerge it halfway in water, like it will start to grow leaves again. So I have one of those going on as well.
That's so cute. That's cute.
It's just like a nice little project and just like, you know, kind of recycle and give back. And
I'm not gonna lie, that was funny. Farming! Farm!
Yeah, that show's hilarious. Farm! Yeah, that was funny. I've been laughing so much with you guys tonight. It's been such a blast. Like, honestly, like, I love stupid shit like that. Farm! You know what I'm saying?
I didn't even realize how passionate I was about it. I've been watching way too much bar talk. That's in the channel, bar talk.
Real farmer shit. I'm waiting for I mean, neither of my parents can hear very well, so it's not gonna happen, but I would laugh so hard if my dad was like knocking on my door, like, what are you screaming about? I'd just be like, farm! Like Parmesan.
Parmesan cheese.
Yep. Do you want anything extra in your pizza? Yeah. Parm! Parm! What kind of place did this cheese come from? A dairy farm? Where do you live? A barn! A barn!
I don't know. I just like watching them talk about farming. I don't know why.
I love the
I'm from
farm.
New York. I'm from Queens. I'm probably never gonna own a farm.
Yeah, you're a farm. I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it. I heard your fucking accent and I was like, give him half an hour.
They kill your boy Biggie.
No, folks from New York. No, low-key.
ISIS.
Miyoki, back me up on this because I know you will. Because I know you're going to hear me out and I know you're going to understand what I'm talking about. Only people from New York will like say things like, well, I'm from New York, so
Yeah.
like
No,
no one
I'm
from
from
any
New
other
York.
city in the world
I'm from
says
New
that.
York.
Yeah, like I'm from New York, so
I'm from Queens.
I'm from Brooklyn.
Kill my man Biggie.
Yeah, but it's only New York. Because you'll never hear somebody be like, hey, I'm from Minnesota, so...
Yeah.
Like, no one says that.
I'm from Kentucky.
Yeah, I'm from Wichita, so...
I'm from Kansas, Missouri.
Yeah.
I live on a farm.
I'm from Fort Lauderdale, so... Yeah, like, no one else
I'm
in the
from
entire world
Kissimmee,
says that fucking shit.
Orlando.
No one else in the whole world says that shit. Oh, well, you know, I'm from Toms River, New Jersey, so...
And you know what's funny? They always say something non-related after it. They be like,
Yeah.
I'm from New York, so, you know, I'm going to be eating these sandwiches. I'm like, what?
It's like, what sandwiches are you talking about?
What?
Did we even have sandwiches? Like, what do you mean?
I'm from New York. I kill bitches for fun. What?
It's like, no one was talking about that, Jared.
Dope. That's
Yeah.
dope. humble.
The only time I should get annoyed is when it comes to music.
Annoying.
I'm from New York, so I don't even listen to that.
I'm from New York.
I'm from New York,
New
so.
York say that. Like, you're
Like,
you
so the
are
fuck
up to
what,
something.
bruh?
You're up to
So
something.
when you're from New York and you never left,
Ah,
it feels like the whole entire country is New York. Like, it feels like, oh, you're from Tennessee. So
no,
you're from...
no one says that. You're the only one fucking saying that because you're from New York. You know what I'm saying?
No, but that's what I'm saying. When you live in New York, because we got our own news station, our fucking local news is national
Yeah,
news.
from New York, right?
Yeah, so like we feel like the whole entire country revolves around us.
But it's not
That's
even the whole state because folks aren't out here like I'm from Ithaca, so you know what I'm saying? Like it's just New York.
Oh, I'm from Syracuse.
I'm from Syracuse, so I'm from Watkins Glen, so
I'm from
like,
New
it's
York.
like no, like,
I live in Albany. I'm from Albany.
Yeah, I'm from Albany.
I'm from Boston, so
I'm from
we
Boston.
racist.
Yeah.
And then
So I have permission to be racist? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I'm from Boston.
Racist with cops and we drink beer.
I think
It's
the best
actually a
part about being
cultural
Black is that
like obligation.
I just get to be racist and I get to be an asshole and I can say whatever I want. Invite people out to listen.
Yeah, because I'm from
New York.
Except for those Italians. Italians are the only white people that I've seen be like
We're the blackest of white people, yo. Like, look,
racist. And black people don't
even
have
white
power.
people hate us. Like, we're not. We don't have enough melanin to be black, but like white people hate us in the same racist way that like white people hate everybody else. Like, we're like the bottom of the barrel of the whites is the Italians.
And what I
What
love
about
about
the
Italians is when they be saying racist shit, there's no hesitation. There's no like
No.
filter. And then when people call them out and shit, they just like there's no fear.
We are not racist. We're just blatant.
No, like we are racist for sure. Like everybody is, but like Italians, like it's not even. They're not as racist as they are sexist. Like that's their fucking thing.
They're so fucking sexist.
Dude,
That's the thing, right? As a black person, I feel like everyone is racist. So for me, that's a topic that I can push to the side. Like by definition, okay, everyone is racist. Cool. What's the next topic? So misogyny, bruh.
So there's a word in Italian called gumare. If you watch The Sopranos, they call it gumar. That's slang. It's called gumare. What that translates to is woman on the side.
Damn. Like
And-
side chick?
Yeah, side bitch. Yep. So the Italians invented this term. So when you get married in Italy, you know that's your husband and you guys are partners, you'll have kids, you'll have a family, you'll have a wedding, blah, blah, blah. But in our culture, it is perfectly okay for your husband to cheat and have a gumare. The only time the woman can say anything, she can know that it's happening. She has to catch the man, her husband, red-handed, like walking on him or something.
In the act.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And then if she does, like if he slips like that, then she's full reign to like burn the fucking house down.
Right.
But if he's slick, she might know, like she'll see like his text or missed calls or like hear him talking on the phone to her, like, and she won't say anything. But if she physically can catch him in a physical act, it's over. She will burn the fucking house down because she found the gumara.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
My
grandfather had one.
That's pretty cool.
My grandfather had one. All of my uncles had one. I had a distant
What
cousin.
did you say? You love patriarchy?
Yeah, I think patriarchy is good.
A lot of people say this lately, but also
Yeah,
like things like capitalism works, and I'm like, I get where y'all coming from, but I'm still a black woman. Like, I cannot say that at all. It's very disingenuous for me to say it even.
I can understand the anti-patriarchy talk more than I can understand the anti-capitalism talk. I think that women want to be treated fairly. They don't want to be treated equally. They don't want to be treated like men. They want to be treated with human dignity, and they want to be treated fairly. I don't think that patriarchy innately means that women are second-class citizens and they're basically like female versions of slaves. And I don't believe the whole entire narrative. I think that history is a lot more nuanced than that. I think that there's a reason why, especially since certain technologies, sexual technologies and actual technologies, as soon as those things happened, you saw more rights because just of the nature of how things were. So I mean, I don't really see it like that. I can really understand more the anti-patriarchy stuff than the anti-capitalism stuff. I don't understand the anti-capitalism
I mean,
stuff.
I can show you my taxes for my entire lifetime, and you can show me yours, and
I don't know.
you have a 100% chance that you would make more money than me.
It's the only way. There is no other way. For God's sake, we are not living in a patriarchy.
Oh my God, it talks.
Men are turning into women, women are turning into men. That is not a patriarchy society. That is a neutral society, and currently.
Yeah, I love it. I love that more. But okay, so me living in a country that is built on capitalism, or let me say a country that even was a co-inventor of capitalism, I feel like I'm in my right to be against it because it doesn't work for us. If it doesn't work for the people that invented capitalism, why would I support it? It doesn't work. Our homeless and houseless rates are going up. Like, people are broke. People are getting demonized for being broke. Like, bruh.
I mean, no matter what economics is, well, let me not say that. So someone mentioned patriarchy. All that means is a hierarchy where men are at the top. And just because you have less than 1% of 1% of the population changing their gender, and most of them aren't even getting gender affirming surgery, most of them don't get nothing removed. Because less than 1% of 1% of the population has that. Now we're going to say that most of the leadership isn't run by men in Western worlds. The vast majority of leadership positions, politically, economically, and socially, are still held up by men. So it's still a patriarchy. And if the patriarchy was so bad, because you have to remember, feminism lobbied the government against men. If men were so big, bad, evil, they would have just said, no, fuck you and your rights. There isn't any fight.
Who is really, really feminist right now? If we look at the definition of feminism, first of all, Black women don't even fall in the criteria. So I'm not the one you should speak to about feminism beforehand. But who is really feminist today? And if we look at the definition, who really actually was, besides the people in that movement, for real?
I like you. Because even though I don't agree with everything, I can tell that you at least have the ability to think for yourself. Some people, they just follow whatever everybody else is saying.
That is true. But most of those opinions are the ones that kept us from growing as well as people. So I'm happily, deleting myself from that conversation, especially when a lot of people talk about it. Especially on this app. These apps are made for us to hold each other back. These topics that are discussed, like, literally, it's the same thing in a new jacket every day. Like, why do men hate women? Why do women hate men? Can women be submissive? Are men meant to be leaders? Are black people able to be racist? Come on, come with new topics. Like, where are the aliens at and what are their favorite kinks? Like,
You want me to
why
take you to the Flat Earth
like
rooms?
that?
I'll take you to the Flat Earth rooms. You want to have some fun?
Yeah.
They're not on. Actually, this is a new account. I just got banned. I just got banned a week and a half ago for what did I do again? Hate speech? Yeah, hate speech.
On this app?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how do they? Do they listen to you when you're sick?
No. So we're having a conversation where it was like, if you were the dictator of Africa, like the whole entire continent, like if you were able to Genghis Khan Africa and create like an African empire, what would you do? One of the guys in the room said he basically eliminate all the Christians and all the Muslims. That's what he said. And then we started having a conversation about what that would look like hypothetically. Now, of course, that sounds crazy. Of course, it sounds crazy. But then I was like, it's not that I agree with it, but I'm just saying, well, how did Christianity and Islam, how are we even speaking English? We're not speaking English because people came to Africa, spoke English, and then the Africans were like, you know what, that language is better. I like it more. We're not Christians because people came to Africa and was like, hey, this is God. And then we saw our gods and were like, you know what, we believe in your gods more, you're right. It wasn't a free exchange of ideas and debate and egalitarianism that led people to change their culture. It came from genocide and conquest. When you're talking about Islam, if you didn't submit, you died. So if you didn't accept Islam and accept submission under God of what their system was, you just died. So that's genocide. The genocide is happening for us to even get here. So yeah. I guess that my opinion of the room was just like, a lot of people, they understood where I was coming from, but one girl decided to act like, she decided to be dramatic about it. And I'm not even gonna lie to you, to be fair to the other women in the room and the other people in the room, they didn't like her. They didn't like what the idea was, but they could understand where it was coming from. They're like, I didn't like it either, but it's like, how the fuck are we speaking English in the first place? Mm-hmm. So my whole thing was like, okay, so if you notice, the Christian African countries are allied to the West, and the Arab, like Somalia and shit, the more Muslim countries are allied towards Islam. Both the white people and the Muslims had a slave trade, which is a genocide. So I was just like, oh, if that was me, I would do the same thing that the Arabs did. I would say, this is my Africa First agenda. If you agree with this agenda, don't worry. I don't really care. This is Africa First. We're not dealing with Arab shit. We're not dealing with white people shit. We're dealing with what's best for the continent. All the cobalts, all the golds. No, we're going to have full control of our resources, and we're going to be able to control the means of production in our own continent, in the richest continent on the planet. We're not going to keep getting raped by these people. That will be my political stance. And if there's Africans who want to die on that hill, I'll be like, okay, it's either exile or the final solution. So it was it was a very un-PC conversation. But it was a hypothetical, and in the room, there was women who were saying that they agreed with the Holocaust because they saw why Hitler did what he did and blah, blah, blah. So it was a really, really crazy-ass room. Yeah. Really crazy room. But the reason why I was mad about this shit was because I was the only person, so many people said so much crazy shit, and I was just like, why the fuck are you acting like, I'm the only person who's saying crazy shit when we have women in here saying that they agree with the Holocaust? Right. So, anyway, I went out with a bang. Like, I remember your profile from my last account, but I went out with a bang. That account was from season 1. That's the first time I've been banned. But, you know, I'm happy about it just because I'm always myself. Like, I always say what I believe, even if it's, like, I don't mind being wrong. Because when you're wrong and you're open and honest and you don't have an ego and you don't have a need to be right, you can learn something from someone and then change your opinion. So But some people like to get triggered and shit. So it was a fake outrage for me. It wasn't even real outrage. Like if it was real outrage and she was really offended, I'd feel that. But she wasn't. Like everybody in the room understood the context of what I was saying. Everybody. But she just decided to make a scene out of it.
Huh. Okay. That's fucked up.
So she just reported me. It's not like the algorithm found me by itself, but she was like, I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe. And when she started saying, I don't feel safe, bro, all the women and the men were like, oh, come on. Like, she was just being weird. Like, and it was a Nigerian woman. I'm Nigerian, by the way. She was a Nigerian woman. It wasn't like no white woman. That wasn't even the worst I've ever even said on Clubhouse. So when I got banned, I got banned like maybe 4 or 5 hours after the room even happened.
That's crazy.
But you know what my new goal is? My new goal is to get banned again. Because what the fuck does it matter?
Why?
Because because what the fuck? I already lost one account, so I just found it because there's some people who are on their 15th account. I kind of see it as a badge of honor.
I can see that as well, though, in a petty way, in a very petty way.
Yeah, like in a petty way, like that bitch really, she really thought she got me. She did. I was mad for like a week, and I was like, you know what? Let me embrace it.
Where did everyone go, though?
The Italian lady and the other dude, they like left at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, I was like, they just left at the same time.
Oh, we can go to Flora's room. She pinged me.
Wait, let me see. Ping me.
Okay, cool.
There.
that's a much more effective kind of feedback for people. At least that's what I was trained to.
Can I say something, please?
Absolutely, yes. Go ahead.
Yes. So I come from the both the musical world and the corporate world. So I'm a lawyer. That's what I've done for a while, and it's interesting what Killian said about the difference between critique and criticism. But I think the word critique, it belongs more to the really the academic peer expert kind of world, and criticism belongs to for me as a musician, for example, criticism means good and bad, but for general public, general audience, I think it depends on what kind of feedback you're looking for. It depends on how it's given, did I ask for it or not, and then what are the different circles where we receive this feedback, let's call it, whether it's criticism or critique. We would agree that the kind of criticism I expect from someone I pay to give me an expert opinion is different than the kind of feedback I expect from a brother maybe who's not a musician, but they carry love for me, they care about me, and then a complete stranger in a gig that comes in front of everyone to tell me, to criticize my work in front of people. I think the positionality is important, and also intent is important. But what I want to highlight actually is just one point, that the exact opposite is cultural bias about feedback. To be honest, I struggled so much to find criticism to my work, because in my circles, I do kind of a new genre, so it's not always mainstream. So I struggle with people to give me a real criticism, and everybody keeps telling me it's great, we love it, and I'm just yeah, but I'm asking you as a friend to give me feedback to improve my work, and I have Arabic background, so also culturally people are not really used to tell you bad stuff, because they think they should only tell you the good stuff. So this is me just highlighting that sometimes it works the opposite. Sometimes very good feedback kind of makes you really care to take a moment and really analyze your work and look for something that can push you forward. And it's not always an expert opinion. Sometimes it's a feeling. I do a lot of experimental kind of live production, and it touches my heart. Even here on Clubhouse, I've been playing my music here for 2 years, and the chat section is my favorite part of it. When I play for 2 hours, and then the chat section is kind of reflecting how people are feeling. They don't know anything about music sometimes, and if I change from minor to major or whatever, but sometimes someone says oh my god, this made my day.
Never fix nobody's life.
I don't understand this, but it's kind of it has this kind of impact, kind of this sonic unique feeling. People use different words to describe how they're feeling, and then for me as an artist, there's also sometimes an obligation, even if this person is giving wrong feedback, if the intent is good, if we're alone, I have to accept this as part of my career as well, that I'm receptive to people's feedback. That's kind of more a polite, other than more of an exchange of ideas. Sometimes if you are an artist and you play gigs and you have a community of fans, sometimes you have to learn to do that. It's yeah, I know I know it's not constructive at all, but I think my image and my brand requires me sometimes to be a bit fix about that, and I call that I think people who can do that are highly kind of culturally intelligent and intuitive. Thank you.
I think those are good distinctions you made about it, personal critique and feedback versus professional, movie critique, music critique, criticism. I think that's a good distinction.
Yeah, thanks for sharing, Gustavi.
Thank you. Really interesting room. Really, I'm listening. It's 3 a.m. here, but I'm really enjoying this conversation.
3 a.m. Where are you at?
London.
Oh, that's why. Then it's not 3 a.m. It's 3:20.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because it's 4:20 where I'm at.
I just have a little bit of advice and feedback on the room.
Hey,
I love the topic. I'm so happy that followed Flora because these are the type of nuanced conversations that we love to see. And I think that we love reactions, and that's why like reaction channels, like so many of the reels that we waste our time watching, people are making millions of dollars just reacting to stuff. And I like what the other dude said a lot. And I think it's almost like a two-way street where there has to be humility on both sides. I'm a very judgy person, right? And I'm the hardest critic on myself, right? And it's kind of hard to live life and no one can critique anything. And it always has to be the perfect temperature. The porch has to be the perfect temperature. They have to say it the right way. Sometimes the information is honest, it's raw, and it's in the wrong way. You're still going to have to take that and transmute that into something that's going to be useful to push you forward. It's not always going to come in the package that you want it to come in. Not everyone has the skills. And I think that people need to focus on how they give the criticism, but we also have to go out of our way to listen, to understand. Just a little bit of advice, I like that.
I wanted to revisit some things that was already hit on about positivity. A couple of people have mentioned, positivity actually being a problem. And for example, I write poetry and write songs also. And in the poetry rooms, especially here on Clubhouse and in general, it's really hard to get any real advice. It's all, the common term these days is flowers. I don't know where it came from, but, so everyone's given flowers and very, very little real critique. And it's not very useful to me. And that's part of the reason I don't go in them as much as I used to. Part of it also is I don't tend to go in them when I'm not writing as much either. But if it's all just flowers all the time, I get bored. I'm like, give me something to work on here. Give me something to work with. Is there a word, a phrase, something that would help here? And if not, beautiful. But if so, please tell me. And it's really hard. And so this toxic form of positivity, this yes and kind of positivity, really, really can prevent good change and growth and awareness and whatever. So I crave good feedback.
Hey, I have a question. How do we know when positivity is toxic, though? How can we distinguish genuine positivity from toxic positivity?
Well, I don't know about anyone else.
That's when it's feel overly performative, but yeah.
I would say it's relevant, like maybe. Sorry.
I was Gillian? Gillian was who was talking, right?
Yeah, that was Ustavi, but I was just gonna say that maybe the simplest way for me when I think about it is if positivity is excluding really understanding an issue or excluding growth or preventing you from even realizing that there might be an issue. It's negative when it is preventing growth, when it's preventing learning, when it's preventing.
How do you distinguish that as let's say I'm very ignorant, right? I'm very eager and shit, and there's someone in my life that I deem as a positive person, but that person is secretly not genuine with me. How do I distinguish that? What are the main, let's say, red flags to, to keep tabs on, I guess, to figure out how.
What do you mean they're deceiving you or they're not being?
Yeah, like how can you distinguish that from when it's all rooted and clothed in positivity, right? A lot of people will not see the difference. I mean, not personally, I would, but for the people in the room who might not, like, how do we literally distinguish the difference? And how do we see how, besides having intuition, I guess?
I think if I may just I think I suffer from this with like my close like musician friends sometimes, and especially if they play the same instrument. It's like I send the track and they send like great, or they put like the thumbs up, and I'm like, dude, we went to music school together. I deserve. It's 5 minutes track that took me 3 months to work on, and I feel that has something to do with respect. When someone sends me something to look at, I take my time with it, and I guess the point, when do I know if it's like just toxic positivity, which means it's a flat bravo that you can feel like it's hypocritical sometimes, but I say it's relevance. I always say when someone gives me feedback on something like that's positive, I ask them kindly to relate either to their experience or to my experience, so that this is useful for me. If it's to their experience, it will help me understand how my work is perceived by the general public and by probably like musicians as well. And if it's relevant to my experience, like for example, a friend who knows a lot about me, and he will give me feedback like, it's great because it shows that character in you. It's great because I think one of your fine kind of like virtues are this thing and this thing, and they are very demonstrated in the track. This kind of positive feedback takes me somewhere. It sheds light on my strength and allows me to own them and to be confident. But like just a flat yes, like I mean, I haven't said this anywhere, but I have an uncle who is a superstar violinist. Like, he's been rocking the Middle East for 25 years. Like, he had 2 studios and everything. He never gave me an opinion about my work. And I swear, I've been playing violin for 20 years, and that's kind of like, it's just a person that shared to just tell you that sometimes there are expert people really relevant to you, but like sometimes it's toxic, and just now I feel like it is toxic. If someone like doesn't give you the feedback you need, knowing they have the knowledge to give you good feedback and they don't.
But that's the thing. That's the whole point I'm making. You, Chris, Timothy, Gary, Killian, y'all all possess and are blessed with that knowledge. What about people that don't have that awareness, or self-awareness? There's plenty of people, and I feel like building community, this includes building community as well, to help and to give other people tools to be where you are, and like the best parts of how you made it. But how can you literally help someone when it's all from your own perspective? It's all from your own intuition. You possess that intuition. You're able to say, hey, this is toxic. This is not genuine. This is performative and fake as hell, basically. You are able. And I'm guessing the rest of the room is as well, because I'm guessing that's why we're here in this room. We're all like-minded people. But there's plenty of people, and let's say we're the minority of those people. There's plenty of people who are not able to. And
I think you're specifically very good at it, because I've seen you do it.
Yeah, I'm not speaking for myself. I'm speaking for, let's say, my best friend. My best friend is definitely not able to do. I have to remind her that she is her own person, basically. And to be honest, I attract a lot of people that are the opposite of me. And I'm wondering, because I'm here again to build community, I want them included as well. I want those people included. I want those people to also be safe and have a safe space and have people around them that are genuinely positive. But how can we give them without giving them unsolicited advice, without being overwhelming and overbearing? How can we teach, quote unquote, them or guide them in the direction that we are? Because we are already there, right? Basically.
I think that.
Yeah? Wait, was it Gary? Wait, who said that?
That was me, but Chris wants to speak, so I'll go after.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I wanted just to mention this really important quote that no one's mentioned, that it's the critic's job to inform the public, but it's the artist's job to inform the critic. So the artist is always the voice that's always valued more. And you're sorry, my Niners are in the playoffs. That's the noise you're hearing. But basically, a critic's judgment of you as an artist is not necessarily any indication of your worth either. That's important to remember. And no one's talked about the culture. Name of this room. I think cancel culture should be mentioned. I did a music track called Cancel Culture back when cancel culture first came out a few years back, and it cracked the top 50 in the country in America in the indie charts, which tells me that people are really interested in this topic, because cancel culture is definitely part of it. Has to be mentioned when you're talking about criticism. And I love that. It's a really great room. I love what you guys are talking about as far as, advice, feedback versus criticism. And there's definitely a very big difference going into a quieter room. Feedback is constructive advice, usually in a setting. So, I was in a producer group for 10 years. And we meet in a professional place, hear it on professional sound system, get advice from professionals, and doing that, give me a deadline to work with every month, put a piece of music out every month for, every year for 10 years, and was really instrumental in helping me. So there's definitely a place and a venue to receive feedback as far as opposed to criticism. And I love how Gemma mentioned there's a lot of criticism on this app, absolutely. But also you have to be able to take criticism. You know what I mean? Some people aren't used to it in the music business. It's just part of the game. If you can't take it, then, you might want to get out of the game. And so, and being able to discern, people have mentioned a lot of good things here, not being able to discern poor criticism from good criticism. One gentleman said that he has his instructor is the only advice he takes. I think that's kind of problematic. I think you should get as much advice as you can, especially if you're paying an instructor to give you advice. I think it's a little problematic too. But I think it's really great to have a good instructor. That's invaluable. I heard of. I want to thank you guys for having a really great room tonight on a really important topic, and thank you for listening to my unsolicited advice. Oh, by the way, never give unsolicited advice. It's always a terrible idea. Yeah, don't want to do that.
Yeah, so how was that an answer to my question?
Did Gary have something to say?
It wasn't an answer.
Okay, Gary,
Chris had a lot of
you
cool things
wanted
to say. I appreciate that quote.
Thank you
And
for
I
discounting
did
what
want
I
to
said, by the way.
Sorry.
No, I'm just agreeing. I liked Chris's share.
I do too, but I'm just confused.
Yeah, I did too, and I'll answer your question. That's why I was saying I'd speak before, but I didn't want to, Chris wanted to speak. Let everybody speak. I want to listen too. That's what I'm here for. Some of you I've only met on chats, and I'd love to hear from all of you live. Two things. First, Gustavi, I think I genuinely understand what you're saying, so I have to use discretion in terms of finding someone who's willing to give feedback. But I think toxic positivity is not something that can go undetected. Like, someone gives positive feedback, it's hard to tell. Are they genuinely upset and frustrated and hate, but they won't show it? How am I supposed to know unless they share it? I don't know. But to answer the question, how do we give back? How do we then pay it forward? Or that's kind of what I heard. I may not have understood your question, Naoki. I'm sorry. But one thing I've been doing on Clubhouse is when other people mumble or hint that they like to play music too, or they'd like to learn, or they always thought they would like to play music but never have, or something, to me that's an indication of, oh, you have an interest in music too, or you have an interest in art as well, and you want to create something as well. Go for it. And why not? And then I asked them, why not? And well, because I'm older, well, I never really took lessons, well, and so I'm like, I challenge people, like, you've always wanted to play the flute, you've always wanted to sing, you've always wanted to, and a number of people who've come to my room, I have a music room here every week, and a number of people have said, yeah, I always wanted to do this, I always wanted to, and I'm like, yeah, go for it, do it. And in one
one case I said, let's do it right now. I'll play the song, you sing along. Well, I can't sing. And no, let's just do it. Try it out. Let's try it. And I withheld my feedback on purpose just because the act of doing it is all that mattered to me at the time. Like someone sang, and that's all that mattered. Like I didn't think it was my point to like give feedback on like, well, you should have sang better. You should go find an instructor now. I just felt like you got to try it. These things like art, like if you have an idea and you want to get it out into the world, I think it's my philosophy. Like you should just do it. If it doesn't hurt anybody, then do it. And I agree with Chris. Like, yeah, you've got to take all your criticism. I think what I said was maybe taken a little bit different than what I meant about my teacher. The only person in the world I ever listened to is my teacher. I didn't mean that, but I think,
I get that.
Eventually, I think, I've met a lot of people who say, I wish I would have done this. And it's like, well, then go do it. Like, now's the time. And, but I don't know if that answers your question.
Not really, but I do appreciate all the answers, for real.
I didn't understand your question then.
I guess so. And I think it's also a language barrier. Sometimes I don't know how to properly explain myself in English because I'm simply just a Dutch girl from a Dutch world. And I need to translate constantly in my head the whole time. So I apologize if I am fake, I guess. Yeah, fake is the right word.
Explain
fake
further.
is the right
People
word.
will understand if you explain further.
I think I already did the best I
Let me just try. Are you asking if? Oh, go ahead, Kenny.
May I ask you, Art, is what you're asking? Let me know if I heard you right or wrong. Are you asking how do you determine if the person you are communicating with is being real with you or not, or how do you determine whether or not the positive reinforcement that you're receiving is genuine?
Basically.
Asking the question.
Basically.
Right.
And I've heard a lot of things that apply to us as neurodivergent people in this room. I get that, but that doesn't apply to the closest people in my life, for example. That's why I mentioned my best friend, right? She's the complete opposite of me when it comes to dealing with emotions. Whereas we also are very aligned in some ways, but I would love for her to know her worth more, even though that sounds very fucking stuck up, like I'm better than her, like I have it together myself. No, I fucking don't. But to see how she sometimes sabotages herself for the sake of pleasing people, that hurts me. I don't know how to give my safe advice to her in order for her to realize that she deserves better from people, basically. That's my point.
The hard thing about that is like, I'm sorry, were you finished?
No.
That's so hard because I even see it in myself when people give me advice and it's like really, really true. And I'm actually really good at taking criticism. Does that mean I'm good at changing and improving? No. And I've noticed that with other people too. Like, you can tell them, hey, you got a zit right there. Just by them knowing it's there, it doesn't mean that it's going to fucking go away. So, I mean, I think some things we can change and some things we can't,
But I don't mean to change the people around me. I'm trying to include them in a safe space. That's why I asked them, And that's what I'm saying. We are able to, I'm not peeing, by the way, this is tea. But, hey, yo, DM me real quick. But anyways, so I'm not saying that, I'm not saying that we should literally change people around us. No, we need to, that's also a broad word, because I'm not speaking French. Come on now, we. So basically, I want to include my friends more because I feel like for example, my best friends, 2 of my best friends deserve better from even myself. Even me, I can be a better friend for them sometimes, to be very fucking honest, and especially in the past, especially when I was going through shit, especially when I'm going through shit, I feel like, oh shit, I should be more kind or less this, or, you know, they don't deserve it.
But you're Dutch.
I am Dutch.
and like when you ask people questions of, oh, you didn't answer my question, like you kind of rude a little bit. Like you said, you reminded me you're Dutch. I was like, oh, you're just no, you're just being normal.
Yeah, I'm not rude. I'm just Dutch.
You're just Dutch.
I have a
No,
question.
I was just genuinely no, because you know why? He said, "Can I answer?" And I was like, "Yeah, go ahead." He was like literally saying, "Can I answer that?" And then he started a whole story about things that I didn't really ask, and that's why I was confused. Not that I was not interested in what he was saying. He literally told me that he was answering me. That's why I was confused. And Gary even said, "Okay, then go ahead." You know.
So, Nyoki, I wanted to try and answer the question that I think you asked originally, which was, how do you know the difference between toxic positivity and something? And so the 2 thoughts come to my mind. One, so we need some clarification between just little white lies is not toxic positivity, right? That's just being kind. You know, using a lie to be kind, right? That kind of thing. So, and I think we're all familiar with that.
Yeah, I take my thumbs down. Don't ever lie to me unless I tell you.
No, don't lie to me. What the fuck?
And so then with toxic positivity, that is where someone's whole mindset is always positive. And they take the idea of never say something negative too far, so that, again, it blocks their growth. It blocks their awareness. It blocks even knowing things correctly, right? And that's kind of the thing. And as an example, I was in a conference a little over a year ago about bioregionalism and sustainability and things, and the whole thing is based on this yes and way of talking. So when someone says something completely wacky, you know, or inaccurate, you couldn't say in that conference, well, that's incorrect, or that's incorrect, and you couldn't say that someone had said something that didn't make any sense. And thus, that it made it impossible in that conference to actually get to the heart of the problems so that we could actually address them and do some strategizing. That's toxic positivity. That's what I was referring to originally. Just to answer your question, and how do you... I get that. And then within people, part of the problem that we have with understanding if we're experiencing toxic positivity is it is so individual from person to person. It's a lot of it has to do with your relation with that person. So it's going to be in some ways hard for anyone to suggest to you how you can see it or know it when it's around, because it really can be all down to the dynamics between you and that other person. But if in general you know somebody that just never says anything negative and avoids any negative feedback, avoids any negativity, they're the kind of people that I don't keep negative people in my life, and yet people that are quote unquote negative, that are that do think critically about things, they're the best analysts, right? They're the best analysts. And so if you're saying, don't let those negative people be around me, you're saying, I don't want to know the truth. And so it all gets pretty weird. I don't know if that helps you, if that really gets to
No, definitely.
Hey, hopefully I can jump in here. This is Data.
Data.
Hey, I've been listening to the conversation, and I think that if people are really trying to get feedback and criticism, I think that he needs to start out with asking the right question, right? So say, hey, I've just finished this piece. Can you give me some information on how I can improve this specific piece? Or, hey, I want to learn from my mistakes. Can you point out where I specifically made the mistake? and I'm looking to enhance this specific skill or something along those lines, because at that point, then you can have people that are professionals and have the experience give you the right feedback that you're looking for, because otherwise you're going to always have that negative, or you're going to have that kind of veiled, positive feedback, right? So you have to be very specific in what you're trying to look for. I just wanted to mention that. So thank you.
I have a response to.
I hear that.
Yeah.
No, that was very accurate, actually.
Go ahead, Tara.
Oh, sorry, Tara.
Yeah, you're good. I sometimes have a hard time finding when there's a gap in the conversation in this room. Yeah. So about what you'd asked about friends who deserve better, especially marginalized folks like neurodivergent folks. Everyone aspires to what we think is possible. And if someone's often in a situation where they don't have many people who they're regularly interacting with who are, treating them in a specific positive way, which no one always can, like you were saying, when you're not doing well, you might not be able to support friends in a certain way or consistently treat them a certain way. And this dynamic has happened with me and my friends too. And something that's helpful is if you know people who would vibe with those friends and who would treat them the way that you think they deserve to be treated. If you can make an intro or make it easier for them to become friends, even because sometimes, for example, my friend actually tried to do this with me with mixed results, where there was one time where she connected me with another friend of hers to have a one-on-one chat, and I was my usual self, and that chat didn't go very far. But her and this person have this really deep dynamic, and maybe if we'd had a chat with all three of us, and I'd been able to see how she engages with this other friend in a way that opens up that dynamic, that might have set the stage for me to have a dynamic with him like that as well. So, the more you can do to facilitate those kind of connections whenever you do have more bandwidth, that can set up those friends to have a better support system that's not all on you. So, whenever you're busy, it's not, well, everyone but Naoki was treating me badly, and now so is she. So I guess I'm the common variable, and that's what I deserve, and yada, yada, yada. Another thing, when people tell me I deserve better, that by itself isn't very helpful if it doesn't also come with insight in what could help me get to better. I'll be like, oh, you think I can have that? Great. But I have no idea how to get it. Otherwise, I'd have it by now. Here's where I'm stuck. Do you have any tips? That's kind of how I think to approach it. And for people who haven't had much experience getting a response, which even for me, because most people aren't used to having those conversations, usually they're like, oh, just be yourself and the right people will come along. And I'm like, well, I am sick of getting hurt by lots and lots of people after just putting myself out there. Yeah, right? So if whatever side of the conversation you're on in this, if you're the person who's trying to help someone out, the more you can ask, okay, first, I think you could have this if you wanted. Is that something you'd like if you felt it was possible? And if they say yes, then you could ask, all right, well, you don't have it now, so like, have you tried seeking it out? If no, like, you might have some ideas for them there. If yes, but it's not working out, then you could ask, where are they getting stuck? And then help them with the first point where they're getting stuck on that path. Because, like, positive affirmation, like, you deserve a good life, like, that's not that valuable without support along the process.
I completely hear that. 100%. And it's not to dismiss anyone, by the way. I just made a broad, general statement. I feel like everyone around me deserves better. It's not that I'm trying to patronize them, basically. And I know you're not talking about me specifically, but I personalize it because I'm only here to speak about myself. I cannot speak about anyone else or for anyone else, but I hope that the people around me who I feel like deserve better also feel like I give them the right advice. I hope so. I really hope so.
You can always ask, like, both in the moment, like, does that sound on point? Is it helpful?
Right.
And then even after the fact, like, you can check up, like, did you end up doing this thing? If yes, how'd it go? If not, why not? And, then maybe they're blocked in another place too. Like, maybe they didn't have the language to do something and you gave it to them, but then they still didn't do it because there's also a confidence issue, and then you can talk about that next.
I think one way to determine toxic positivity might be to question what the utility was, what the intention was, and if there was something that was, what's the word I'm looking for? There was something like an ulterior motive to what it was that was said, right? I also think that with talking about unsolicited advice, that, I mean, not only are there different modes of relating to a person, but we can also ask if the person wants advice, or we can ask how we can help. We can also ask, can I make a suggestion? Mm-hmm. And then also, using our our emotional abilities to question if the person that we're listening to has the energy to receive that kind of feedback or advice or criticism, right? Because if they don't, then we're kind of forcing them to possibly explain more than they currently desire, and process their current state and position, and how to change that. There's so many different.
Yep, I 100,000 million.
Like, some people are just looking for that positive reaffirm.
That is true. That is also true. I've met a lot of people like that who love that acknowledgement. Like, they want to make people feel good, to make themselves feel good.
Sometimes I don't think that's always the case, but Gary, you were mentioning earlier the way that you articulate your feedback, and I thought that was really great because you incorporate that positive reinforcement, that the opposite of shame.
Yeah, I think one thing.
But it all comes down to the simple concept of consent, I guess.
Gary,
do you want to? Are you able? Can you receive? No. Consent is very important.
Oh, yeah.
Aspects in life.
Gary, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What was that?
I thought Flora asked you a specific question you were getting ready to answer.
I didn't ask him a question. I was appreciating a share of his early.
Oh.
I wanted to say I love everything I'm hearing. Tara, something that I felt when you were explaining, like asking the question, you didn't say this question specifically, but the way I summarize what I heard you say and how I can maybe best listen to people is, asking the question. So instead of saying, like, can I make a suggestion? Because that indicates I have a suggestion and I'm going to say it and I want to say it. Maybe, how can I best support you? And maybe, well, just by listening could come back to me. Or I'd really like your advice on this. Or like the musician who was here earlier, he's not here anymore. Right. I'd really like specific feedback on this and this. Like, then I'll find out what kind of feedback is wanted, or if nothing at all, and that's okay. If I ask, how can I best support you? I think that's maybe the best question to ask when I'm trying to help people and not know how. And maybe I feel like I should give criticism, but I don't know how. So, like, how can I best support you? That's probably what I might take away from this.
That's a good question. It's a cool question. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. I'm trying to do better.
It's a funny thing, I'll tell you a fact. There's a family member I have, one of my parents, but I'm not going to say which one, who, to keep their secret, who always says, can I make a suggestion? I think you should, but, and so can I make a suggestion always precedes an immediate, very, very carefully worded, like, you've got to do this, you've got to do that kind of thing. So yeah, even just hearing, can I make a suggestion from that person makes me feel like, no. But I'd like to say no, but I think no might feel insulting to them or something. Like, no, you can't make a suggestion.
Do you consider that toxic positivity? From them, when they ask the question and then keep on going?
No, I don't think that's toxic positivity. To me, toxic positivity is, yeah, that was great. Okay, but what did you like about it specifically? Oh, no, that was fantastic. But what did you like? But can you help me? Like, what if I want to improve? What should I improve? Yeah, no, you're doing great. Keep up the great work. Like, to me, that's like what I hear when I think of toxic positivity. What I think about is like, in some of these, in fact, I was in a clubhouse room where there were live performances, and then the moderator wouldn't allow applause. And I even thought, like, just let me applaud. Then I can either applaud or not applaud, depending on whether I liked it or not.
There's precedent for that. Glenn Gould hated applause, and he suppressed it in any way possible. Actually stopped performing. He's like, fuck this, I'm not performing live anymore. He didn't want to hear it.
But the reason why I asked that question, Gary, was because for me, when a person asks a question without pausing to hear an answer, to me, you didn't care about my feelings. You just said that because that was what you wanted to say, to have like a soft pillow for you to fall out when I hit you with this. So that's why I was like, is that considered toxic positivity? Because where's the positivity at? If I haven't asked you or solicited you for information to give me, and then you say, hey, well, listen, can I make a suggestion? And before I could say yes or no, that was a question. You made it a statement, and then you proceeded. So
yeah, go ahead.
I agree.
Fucking Gary.
What? It's not him.
It's fine. He just has a trombone and a shirt with a trombone on it. I'm just like, fucking Gary.
Oh, I love that shirt. In fact, I've gotten lots of positive feedback on that shirt. Like,
toxic feedback?
Toxic feedback.
That's cool. I'm a music dork. No, what it is, like, I'm a music dork, and I see another one, I just want to, like, strangle them. I don't know, because it's like, I just see myself in the mirror, the Laconian mirror stage. That's all this is.
It's funny, I was reading a book.
That shirt is awesome.
I'll briefly mention this book I was reading that starts out saying most artists, and specifically musicians, always think, I suck. I'm the worst. I don't deserve to be alive. My work is awful, blah, blah, blah. They're always like so self-critical. So the whole purpose of the book is to kind of start by saying, well, let me have fun and forget about what people think. Be happy, be joyful, bring the joy to it. Be an empty vessel of joy. But to get to that point, you have to kind of get beyond this whole feeling of like, I suck. Because musicians definitely always are thinking like, oh, I suck. This sucks.
It's hard when it seems like my job is to do this for a living as well, is to focus on negatives and things that need to be fixed. And so if something is fine or good, I don't need to worry about it. So I don't think about positive things.
What I've done that's helped me personally is saying to myself, you know what, you're going to suck. You're going to suck in the beginning, but everybody sucks in the beginning. So let yourself suck, and that's just the way it works.
Yeah, I suck, and I do it anyway. I'm not saying it's going to stop me.
I suck, and that's how. It's the only way you get better.
I'm going to suck, and you got to deal with it. That's my answer.
It's discipline, though. It's
Going off of
discipline.
But I'm going to be me now, but there's most musicians, if you look at everyone that calls themselves musician compared to people that actually make great music, doesn't most musician actually suck?
So I think it depends, in what terms, if you're looking at across the board good, then yeah, but a lot of hit songs are made by a whole team, and versus if you're looking at how much joy is this putting out into the world, jamming with some friends, even if a lot of the people suck, that's a uniquely fun experience in a different way. And I think that one way that music and art has been ruined is how it's gone from a language, which is how it evolved in human history, in a way to connect with people, to a performance and a competition where you all suck. You all have to practice alone for years before you get to go on stage and be a ball of nerves and compare yourself to everyone else. And that just it's killed my love for music at several points in my life. And I was debating whether it's even a hobby that makes sense for me to have, because I was working as a software engineer until these last couple of years. And so I would be alone all day coding. And then I wanted social time after. And with music, with open mics, it'd be 3 hours of 3 minutes of performing and being noticed, and at least 3 hours of practicing. And that ratio was not something I wanted in my life, compared to just eating and drinking, where I could be connected with people, without doing any prep work alone. I'm like, why can't I be around people while I'm doing that practicing? Why can't I do that multiple times a week rather than one open mic and the rest being more of a chore? I mean, there are, ways to do the practicing, to feel good yourself as well, but it just be a bigger menu and accessible to more people, and we'd be able to get more joy out of it if we also did the making stuff together. Same with cooking. If it was come over and let's cook together, versus one person cooking all the food and then hosting the people, that just sounds exhausting, which is why I don't do it. Also, they gotta buy furniture and furnish their house in a way that's convenient for the once in a while when people are over, and have less walking space for the rest of the time when they're alone, which I just refuse to do. And yeah, it just feels like anything social nowadays is a performance.
And we've like forgotten how to connect. And then in the workplace, this shows up as everyone working alone and then being super nervous for any conversation with the boss and getting all this feedback in a fire hose and then going and trying to make sense of it alone. And like having to hire coaches on the side to learn or like struggle versus just working together in each other's presence and like learning things from each other, which can even happen remotely at a company that values that. Like if you can spontaneously ask to have a call versus one even in person where you don't bother the boss except for your meeting once a month.
Sorry, Tara, I was too quick to speak. And what you're talking about, that's the way, at least I consider, music should be the way music should be created. And like you say, having collaboration, being inspired by other musicians, open mics. Sweden produces and exports so much music. So over here, like telling someone that you're a musician is basically like telling someone you're an influencer. There's so many record labels and everything, but so few actually. I'm no one to consider what's good or bad, but like you said, there's so few bands or single persons that still have this like connection to what they wrote themselves, or even if someone else wrote it for them. It's so rare to see someone on stage actually being connected to what they sing, to what they do, and what they decide to produce. Sorry if I came from my own experiences and all the record labels. There's so many American record labels in Sweden just picking up like new shooting stars, and then they basically turn them into some kind of radio music, basically. Yeah.
Thank you. I got a quick question. So, am I reading this right? Is feedback plus criticism culture constructive or destructive? Is that the question?
Yeah, yes. I mean, it's the question we're circling back to. It's purposefully ambiguous. So, however you interpret it, please.
Okay. I like those purposeful, ambiguous questions, if you will. I love you, Flora. I have learned over the years, I guess with maturity and wisdom, that my opinion, my feedback is not always wanted. And I had to learn that even though I'm not personally trying to be offensive, that doesn't mean that somebody else doesn't receive it as being offensive. My heart of hearts, I'm just trying to help you. I'm just trying to give you some information. Yeah, no, I've seen that actually destroy projects, businesses. And, I'm going to be very honest with you. I've had to ask for forgiveness in the atmosphere, just put that in the atmosphere like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Because I couldn't see me, right? I'm giving this person, advice because I know, I got to tell this person how to run their project. I've been put in charge. But sometimes where I gave the counsel was disrespectful. In my mind, I can't see that. I'm here. I got to correct the problem right here. I was a trainer for a period of time. people came to if you came into my classroom at 8:01 after I closed the door, you will have to start this whole project all over again. You're not passing. I used to be very hard in giving people feedback, but that was not constructive. I didn't help anybody by doing that. I was just so caught up in my own ego, thinking that I was being helpful when in all actuality, I was tearing people down. So, publicly, I will say I apologize for those people that I may have hurt along the way and my ignorance, because I didn't understand the power of how I was using it and how I could have weaponized it against somebody just because I thought I had to be right. And, I try to ask people before I even say anything and wait. Like, I'll give them a whole bunch of different reasons why not to talk to me. Because of the fact that, I don't want to offend anybody. I want to be, if now my mission and my understanding of where I am and where I'm trying to go and who I'm trying to help, that I'm really trying to be helpful. If in fact that is what I stand on and that is my purpose, then I have to always keep that before me and understand that I never at any point in time want to give somebody feedback that might cause them to hurt, to walk away in pain. I want to be able to give it in a constructive, loving way.
It goes back to what someone else was saying earlier. I'm not even sure if they're here anymore, but it goes back to intent and form that distinguishes between feedback and criticism, and the culture defines the form of the feedback, criticism, and whether it's constructive or destructive. There are very specific ways to structure feedback so that it is minimally destructive or not destructive at all. Especially, somebody comes to you for advice, that's one thing. You're offering unsolicited advice, that's quite a different thing. And if you're doing it abrasively, that's going to land differently. Sometimes people just don't want to hear X, Y, Z, whatever that is. Doesn't matter how you package it, present it, cherry on top, sprinkles, fudge sundae, whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. If they don't want to hear it, they're not going to hear it. There's a lot of
I think all of you guys noticed that I have this tendency of interrupting people. And lady, what you just said, it's such, literally every word you said, it's an ambition of mine to work on every single point. Thank you for saying them straight out.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward
for transparency, lady.
Yeah, thank you. And I work on it too. And that's the best way to that's the way I at least would appreciate someone approaching me. So, yeah.
I'm now wondering, just really quick, I'm now wondering whether if I want to give criticism and feedback, the way to be constructive is to first step into their shoes and to find out and to ask questions and find out, where are you coming from? Let me hear you and let me see you where you are right now, and then try to understand where you are. Even getting to that step is really hard. Then, if I can offer any advice whatsoever, I'll know at that point, just because of the conversation that's going on. So, I don't know. This reminds me of a TED Talk I saw maybe 3-4 years ago by Brene Brown. I like Brene Brown because her last name is the same as mine. I imagine maybe she's my aunt. But about how just being there with someone, hearing them, that's like half the battle. That's most of the battle. That's probably the whole battle. And then maybe the whatever criticism or whatever you can provide after that, it'll get pulled out of you. Something like that. But anyway, yeah. But meanwhile, yeah, lady, I heard you. You have to walk on eggshells sometimes.
I mean, for me, I don't want to say that that's what everybody has to do. I'm just saying that my experience, and what I had to sit with and really be able to step outside of myself. So many times we go through life thinking that our truth is factual, and it's not. Your truth does not make it facts. There's a show right now on Netflix. It's called The Trust. And in this show, it's like this game kind of thing, and it's a social game. But you will see it unfold. Like, this person had every inclination of everybody was so negative. And on the other side, you see the camera rolling. These people are total opposite. But in her mind, based off of her perceptions, based off of her life experiences, it was true to her. She had facts that could justify everything that she felt. But her truth wasn't facts. And so many times we walk through life thinking that our truth is the only factual way. But when I step outside of just me, outside of my body, and be able to see myself, I'm telling you, it will scare you. It almost brings me to tears, because I'm grateful that I can see myself now. And only through that lens am I able to actually work on me to be better, to do better, to create better in the world that I live in.
Feelings are not facts, interestingly enough, and a lot of people confuse that, right?
They also say you can never judge your own self because, what was that called? No one mentioned it yet. The Dunning-Kruger effect.
I've heard overestimating. Yeah. I've heard of it. Overestimating their abilities in daily life.
So you kind of need other people to get a little bit of, to put a mirror in front of you, I think.
Yeah.
Better to assume you're talking to intelligent people than to assume you're the most intelligent one in the room, right? I keep saying.
Yeah, going back to the needing other people to reflect to you better. I feel like the amount of isolation and independent learning nowadays really robs us of that. And when it's reduced to these short performative interactions, it's easy to get a biased mirror from others. Either if you succeed at wowing them, then they might overestimate you as well. Or, they work on developing their radar of, who's pulling the wool over their eyes. And then you might get overly negative feedback. They might be kind of jaded from being annoyed with the people who came before you. And yeah, I guess that's another thing just about the format of feedback and or criticism. If it's dropped to me really fast in passing and the person walks away, it can be really hard to know what to do with that versus carving out, depending what it is. If it's something small, maybe being willing to chat for a couple minutes. If it's something bigger, maybe a half an hour. That really puts me at ease a lot more than if, in some subcultures now, it's perceived as this gift if someone gives you one sentence of feedback and never talks to you again. But that's, I forget who it was who was talking about developing the skill of interpreting feedback, which, yes, that's what we're doing. But it's work. It's cognitive load. And yeah, like Gary was saying, it might not be worth putting in the effort or even possible to make sense of and integrate every piece of not that relevant and badly given feedback. And yeah, I think just like,
Did she cut out for anyone else?
Child, I thought.
Phone call.
Hey Tamara, how are you? Hi Ness, how are you? And Kashawn, hello, welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much. Phone check, y'all. Phone check.
Oh, thank you. I love the way Tara is when she's on the phone, speaking about this the corporate kind of big corporate kind of feelings about being alone and having everything be performative. I live that a lot, and yeah, I have so much trouble with that. I can totally see eye to eye because I give presentations. They make me nervous. I know I sometimes feel like a complete failure. Then people give me really strong critical feedback. They interrupt me to give me lots of extremely negative feedback. And then I have to smile and say, thank you so much for that feedback. And then I have to figure out, how can I avoid the 100 hours of work that it's going to take me to even try to, it's just like so much effort and stress. And I'm sure I'm shortening my life by 20 years just by putting myself in that situation. But I don't know why I do it. I work in Silicon Valley, and this is a real stressful place where everyone's expected to work like 60 hours a day and take all kinds of critical feedback. And sometimes it's really nasty. I call it
abusive
belligerent,
culture.
I call it bullying. I'm sorry?
It's an abusive culture.
Sort of, I think it is.
I work.
You do too, Silicon Valley.
I've worked in Valley firms, and depending on your job role, there might be some minor differences, but it's pretty consistent. But the more concerning thing is that it's consistent in academia. Like it's consistent in several sectors of business, most of them. To be honest, it's not just a Valley thing. I think it's worse in the Valley for sure. But
so I've actually been considering moving to the Bay Area. I've been thinking more about the San Francisco startup scene. And one reason is what I heard about, especially in like around 2014, that kind of era, about there being more collaborative, let's figure this out together kind of culture, which it's tough in this economy. I've had prospects that were kind of like that, but then when push comes to shove, they don't have time for it. But at least the intention was there. But I've also heard this other extreme of just lots of pressure to work super, super hard. But curious if either of you has any perspective on
moving to the Bay Area, to San Francisco, to do startup stuff.
Yeah, whether there's and I don't know where else you've lived or if you've lived anywhere else, but whether there is still a collaborative kind of culture over there where even if, now I don't mind a higher standard of work. Actually, I would love to be exposed to that because I feel kind of limited in Chicago. Like, I grew up in Wisconsin, and I was told everywhere from school to music, you're not, getting the best of the best. But you got character. You got personality. Smile. That's how you're going to get through life. And now as I'm developing more opinions about the world and I'm co-founder of not a tech startup, but a community that we might monetize someday. It's not going to be my main income stream anytime soon, but, there's that. I might start other things too. And just as I'm wanting to be more than a cog in the machine, I recognize that to succeed in this international competitive landscape, I need to know best practices. And that's one reason I'm interested in the Bay Area. And I've been working for companies based there as a consultant, considering moving full time. And another reason is that I got this perception that, unlike in the Chicago area, where when you're having lunch with the coworkers, you often don't talk that much about work. And, people are nice, they get drinks together, but there's not much talking about how to do the job really well. Versus in the Bay Area, I've heard from people who've worked there that there was a lot of brainstorming and mentorship on the job. And so hypothetically, that sounded great, doing things in a really good way and working together to figure out how to do that. But then I also hear all these toxic things, and, I've spent a few months there now, and there are a lot of unrealistic standards in the culture of just how humans should act, like how fast they should be able to talk and respond, and how tough they should be able to be to, take feedback in certain kinds of ways and what have you. And I've also seen and learned, how people cope with that, with like some of the things that I feel like it's culture shock and it wouldn't impact me as much after a while. But I do wonder, how much is there that kind of collaborative culture versus how much is it just a ringer where you get chewed up and spat out?
Versus competitive.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, is it, and competition between.
I would say on the spectrum of competitive to cooperative, you're going to have a lot more competition than cooperation. You're going to have to really learn through experience the people that you can trust. About cooperating with, because people will claim to be cooperating with you. Oh, it's a job interview. Let me listen to your idea, pitch me your idea so that you can have the job, and then, or your product, or how would you solve this shit? And then 6 months later, they didn't fucking pay you, but they're implementing the shit that you talked about.
I've had some.
I'd like to bring it back to I'd like to answer the question if I can. I'm sorry, Dennis, are you finished or not? I can't tell.
Yeah,
sorry. Interrupting you left and right. I'm being a piece of shit. I really apologize.
Could I just give a short to Tara? Really short.
Gary, your call, because I missed who.
Yeah, that's Nil her, and I do want to say something. I'll say it after you say yours.
No, sorry, you go.
No, it's okay. I just want to bring it back to the topic, but I think I can answer the question and bring it back to the topic all at the same time. But go ahead. Go.
I don't work in Silicon Valley or anything, but I worked in one of the biggest fashion brands in Sweden, Acne Studios. Anyone familiar? Anyone knows? Yeah. So when I started, one of my first
Acne is my shit. But go.
Yeah. So one of my first
cartoons.
One of my first
Acne, the brand of
Acne Studios.
It's the same as Monkey, Weekday, H&M.
Let's let her finish. We can also write in the chat.
Yeah. So what you said, Tara, that was the first questions I asked. Like, how is the collaboration? How is the is it very competitive? And and they were like, no, we are super close. We work in close teams and everything. And that was literally, it was true. But people were rude. Like, people were able to work for a year, maybe 2, if they were lucky, but they burned out like person after person after person. But the teamwork was amazing. But after working there for 2 years, and I went on sick leave, like I got burnt out, and when I met my manager for a valuation meeting, he was like, "Yeah, I've been trying to put as much as possible upon you, and now you broke, and it's good to me to see that you too is a human." So, but I think it's basically the same. Like, yeah, great collaboration, great teamwork, but yeah. So yeah, sorry, guys.
No, don't apologize. It's a great topic. Tara is saying some honest, interesting things. I have 16 years of working at startups exclusively in Silicon Valley, and I have to say that some of the best people I've worked with who helped make me better were at those startups in Silicon Valley. But I think not knowing your specific situation, it's very likely you need to interview with lots of companies to find that exact team that you're going to fit well in and you're going to love the people you work with. And maybe the pay isn't as good, or maybe you feel like it's a bit more work than you might, have to, it might be a little treacherous or something, but you love the people you're going to work with. The thing about Silicon Valley startups or tech startups in general that's, I think, better than, and this is where it gets back to the topic, Flora and Naoki, hold on a second, is compared to big companies, is that...
Oh, you guys are fun. I think this is really interesting.
Okay. Yeah. But now that I'm a moderator, I have like responsibilities now. I have to keep things on track.
Nobody has responsibility for anything, and if there's silence, there'll be silence.
Cool. I was gonna say, what I love, the big difference I found, the biggest difference ever between big companies and the startups, the tech startups I've been at, is that people don't have time to look back. And that's refreshing for me. People will say, "Hey, let's do this. What do you think, Tara? Do you think we should be doing that? Or here, I'm gonna leave this to you. I gotta go do this other thing." And then you do it, and you might fail, you might succeed, you might come somewhere in the middle, parts of it might not work. And then people are like, "Okay, well, next time, let's make sure, okay, how about we do this? How about now we do this?" And people don't have hundreds of hours of post-mortem meetings and pointing fingers and criticizing. So I think that's super, super refreshing because you're always in this mode of improving yourself and gaining all kinds of skills, every kind of skill imaginable. Everybody's learning sales, everybody's learning marketing, everybody's learning communication, everybody's learning PR, no matter what job you have at the company. And everybody's talking to customers, whether you're deep in the engineering or way in the back office or right out in front. So I don't know. I think I really loved the experience of, and then I got an acquisition, and so now I'm at a big company. So now I can see the difference. But I'd say as long as you find the people you like and the people who you can get along with, and then with every interview, if you feel like I could run, I could just turn around 180 degrees and run, or I can learn more, and maybe these people are the right people I should be working with. I think it's a great experience, and it doesn't have to be in San Francisco. You can work for startups anywhere. But I think like a tech startup or kind of that's like the experience I've gotten, which to me is so golden. Now I'm trying to kind of create that little environment within this big company I'm in, which is hard. Because there are people who say, "Well, let's look at the last year of things that have happened, and let's, have lots of post-mortem meetings." And, there's a lot of criticism and belligerence. And who was it here who said the other word? But anyway, I'd love to talk about this topic for hours and hours. But yeah,
it'd be a great topic for a separate room.
I think other people want to say stuff.
Gary. So the startup in like the Bay Area, the aspect of like a brand new business post COVID, that's very interesting. What is your insight on that?
That's way too general. I don't know if I have any specific opinions on like just startups in general post the pandemic. But I do have to say, face-to-face meetings and discussions and at the chalkboard and things like that are phenomenal.
What do you prefer as like just client or employee or HR or any level of marketing, sales, like what do you prefer for your business? Do you prefer face-to-face contact, or do you want everything to just be the way it was when it was in the pandemic element of society?
Yeah, I don't know if I have a preference. I don't know. I know Tamara said she had a question, but
Tamara? Or Tara? Is it Tara or Tara?
Tara. Yeah, I was just seeing if Tamara wants to talk.
Doesn't look like her mic is.
Yeah.
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Huh? She might have to leave and come back.
Oh, that was Lady. No, Tamara, we can't hear.
Miller, did you want to say something, or are you like using a wave? It's an ambiguous emoji.
No, just trying to, encourage her to speak, but it's mic, probably. So.
Yeah, hope she'll be back. But yeah, like I appreciate everything you shared, Gary. Yeah, I hear that about startups, just wanting like the opportunity to learn a lot of different things without having to jump through a bunch of hoops and be perfect first. And Miller, I'm so sorry that your boss found like relief in you burning out and getting sick because of something they did. Yeah, like part of why I want to stay as far away from corporate as possible is that there are just so many managers who, like mid-managers, who just turned off their heart. Like, there was one where he messaged me out of the blue 4 years later, and I'd grown a backbone and gave him some feedback and told him that the way he treated me had made me really sick. If I mentioned what specifically happened, I'd have to give a trigger warning, so I'm not going to. And he was just like, thanks for sharing your perspective. I didn't see it that way. And then I was like, are you going to do anything with that feedback? And then he blocked me on LinkedIn.
that's okay. He did something.
No.
It is not the thing I think you wanted, but he did something.
Yeah. Yeah, like I'm thinking about someday when I have the energy, like seeing if I could report him to someone, just because he should not be managing, especially young people, and being manipulative the way he is. But I like asked someone at
so many companies.
I know.
I've watched really young people go into companies and get the shit manipulated out of them. Oh, it's a CEO project. Oh, it's this. And it gets a lot worse, all those little parties and on the corporate cards and stuff. Yep. All sorts of really shady shit goes down there.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I am thrilled about AI automating jobs at those companies because I want to see a higher small to big business ratio. I feel for everyone who's losing their jobs, and I really hope that we as a society, help one another be okay. But I think that these handful of companies have had too much control over too many people in too many ways, and I'm looking forward to seeing that ending.
One thing I found about startups that's very refreshing is there are people's behavior. So here's two kinds of behavior. Either I have some feedback for you and I'm going to share it with you one-on-one, or I have the same feedback for you, but I'm going to share it with you in a meeting where there's 30 other people. And
is there HR in the room?
Yeah, I love getting the feedback
feedback one-on-one where I can have an honest discussion and just focus on that. Like, let's have a discussion. Oh, there's some work that I did that you don't like the quality of the work, or you think I could have done something different, or you have some different ideas. Let's talk about it one-on-one. Great. But in a meeting, big meeting, like, oh, Tara, let's talk about that report you wrote. I really think there's a big gap, and we should really focus on doing it this other way, the way, you really should have been more all hands company rah 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 about it because or whatever, like, so like people, and then it's almost about them, like they want to show off their great ideas in front of everybody, and it's like weird.
Gary,
So
you ever had somebody steal your great idea and present it as their own?
But I had that happen everywhere.
All the time.
I'm sorry, what was that? Somebody said.
I said all the
It's true though. Studies even show that women sit back and while their ideas are taken frequently. Also that they're interrupted
owner of the
more often than.
company, okay, by the owner of the company, take my ideas, okay? And I'm like, hello, that was my idea. And she was like, no, it wasn't. I was like, are you serious? Like, yeah.
Quiet space, and then Disney entered the room.
What I find, and maybe this helps because this has happened to me, and I'm sure it's happened to many women at the same time, is that.
Oh, I don't mean to make this a gender thing. I'm sorry. I was just making a.
Yeah, it happens to a lot of people, and I think if you want my help, then I'll say great, and I'll come in and I'll speak. So like, let me come in and speak, and then I can speak on that topic. Oh no, you want me to just deliver to you the presentation so that you can go speak on that topic? Oh, that takes too long. Sorry, it's going to be really hard to do that now. So I say no whenever somebody wants me to help them give the speech. But when they say, I'm going to need you to come in and speak, I'll say yes to that. So it's the same result. It's just that, do you want me to speak on the topic? I'll speak on the topic. Then I can at least take credit for my ideas. But when I'm creating a presentation for someone else to speak, I usually tend to shy away from that kind of work.
You're also giving them what, like a free course, a free class. So like, not only are you educating them specifically, but I mean.
But I think it's true. No one can ever deliver your ideas better than you.
Because they're yours.
Even if you wrote speaker notes at the bottom of the presentation slide or something, they can't deliver it like you.
I wanted to mention earlier that this is similar to how I personally feel about communication and interpersonal relationships as well, or even on Clubhouse. If you have a problem with someone, it's probably better to, in real life and on Clubhouse, because I feel this way. Even we have this kind of call out culture sometimes, right? I think it's much more meaningful, and you can tell if somebody is trying to be right or trying to mend bridges if they are willing to have a one-on-one, more intimate discussion rather than do it in front of a bunch of people within most contexts, because then it goes back to what you were saying, Gary, what would the utility be of that? What are you trying to flex? Flex what? Like your what, social hierarchy, your intelligence, you're trying to bring somebody down a peg to make your, for your own, whatever insecurity it is. I find that it's been helpful for me when I know someone maybe doesn't like me, or there's been some kind of miscommunication, whatever it may be. It's been helpful for me to ask that person specifically if they will communicate or talk with me one-on-one, because if they are unwilling to do that, it tells me that, okay, they are committed to misunderstanding me, and it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter, because it's not about us getting along in the first place. That's not the core principle.
Well, that brings us back to a question that Tamara asked over here in the chat. Is it criticism if it was never said, if it was never spoken? is it still considered criticism? Is that right, Tamara?
Yeah. Hi, everybody. It's Tamara. No problem, love. Yeah, I'm wondering that because, my first thought was criticism is like my opinion when I share it. And if I'm not asked specifically for my thoughts or my opinion, I'm thinking about like a situation where I'm offering criticism. Like if I'm the person, like Gary in your example, that's like working with you on something and I'm saying like, I think you should do this or that, but I wasn't explicitly asked, then I would say I'd keep it to myself. And it's really nothing, unless you are working together. That was my next question in the chat. Like, if you're collaborating on something and we have an agreement that, like, we are working together and we're sharing ideas, then I think it's more important for me to be aware of when criticisms come up, what comes up for me. Like, is it an insecurity that I already have, you know what I'm saying, about my work? Or there's something that, like, the light is being shown on. You know what I'm saying? It's like something to see, basically. So, y'all, which word is it? Shown? I think it's shown.
We get you no matter which word you're saying.
I like it because I was really trying to figure it out. Yeah, so I know I threw a lot of questions out there, but this is really, it's making me think. I appreciate it.
For me, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about it. I'm like, well, I think that's why I've learned to keep my mouth shut. Because a lot of times people may not receive it how I might be meaning it, So if I'm not asking, if I'm not asked the question and then I provide my input, I think that does come off as criticism. Just in my mind. I could be wrong, but because for instance, let's say for me, I've had it where people have solicited me with information, and instead of it helping, it made me feel insecure about the situation and made it harder for me to even work on those things because I wasn't expecting that information at that point in time. Whereas, and then also for me, I know if we're talking corporate, in the corporate world, I've always been a person, hey, listen, tell me what you want. Especially if I'm building something for you, I need to know specifics. If you're not going to give me that, and then I go and I create something, and now you got everything to say against it, I'm going to have a problem with that. Because I could have given you exactly what you wanted if you would have communicated that with me. But now you want to take the time to take apart everything that I just did when you didn't give me what you wanted. So that there to me is like complete tear down. That is beyond criticism. I don't know what that is. I don't know what you want to call that, but I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Because I'm very open to wanting to hear, to get ideas, to receive, and then work and do the best that I can to deliver. So
it makes me think of self-righteousness.
Is that what it is, you think?
Well, I would think what they didn't, they are setting, they are forcing, how do I word this? Well, they would be forcing expectation upon you that were never articulated in the first place, right? So kind of like, it makes me think the person believes you should have known better. And because I know better, I don't even need to communicate with you about it. I'm just going to not show any grace because you
Should have known better.
You know, I see this differently a little bit. I can see it that way. And I also think, what if, like, I've been a person that sometimes doesn't know what I want until I'm given options. And, like, when I see the options or, say, the final product, then it gives me something to work with. And that's, like, how my brain creates sometimes, like, from what is already there. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying, like, sometimes we just work differently. And could it be that there is a conversation that could be had, like, prior to getting started? It's like, this is what I'm intending on doing. And maybe, because it sounds like you wasted my time. I worked on all this and you ain't saying nothing. So it's kind of like for me, it goes back to boundaries. So my boundary for myself is, because I don't like wasting my time. That's where I am. I want to discuss the basic things that I'm going to put in place, and let's just, before I get started. So we make some progress, I guess.
Well, in the tech world, there's a couple different ways of working. Okay, you have a waterfall kind of way, and then you have an agile, right? For me, once I've been introduced to the agile world, that's the world that I like to adapt to. I work at it a little bit. You like it? Okay, cool. Where else can we go? Let's do this. Let's create this way. You like it? Great. Let's keep it moving. Whereas in waterfall, you complete the whole project, and then it's like, I don't like that. That to me is a waste of time, effort, material. It's just like, that's a waste of money. God darn it. So on top of being pissed about you not liking it, I'm mad about all of the resources. I'm mad about all of that energy that just got wasted when we could have done another way. I feel like it's lazy on the other person who doesn't, they want something, but they're not willing to take the time to explore, to become innovative and go in with the project, with the flow of things. And I don't know. I just, it opens that door for criticism. It opens that door for destroying creativity when you have the time to be creative and just knock on the door to be creative.
Well, that makes sense. Do you think that, like, the waterfall people should work together? It's almost like a like an IQ type situation, The agile people should work together and so forth. Like, the way that you work, you need to be matched with people who work the same way.
Absolutely. And that's the beauty of being able to take that in mind and understand that people work differently. And that's what helps me to balance and move forward. But it's very difficult for me to work in someone else's way of doing things. But I can adapt. I can. But still, during that adapting, I'm still going to try to help you be kind of on the hybrid type of way, because I just don't want to waste money. I don't want to waste time. Time is precious. Time is something that you can't get back, So.
I got a thought on the working other people's way versus your way. And so we all have a range in terms of what we can do pretty naturally. It's not one my way or the highway. Yet nowadays, with this more isolated culture, there's a lot more focus, even in the self-care world, on authenticity and, not putting up with anyone who treats you badly and just waiting around, manifesting the right people where it just clicks. And so we got a society of some people are being told that. And then people like me who are being told, sorry, you're from Wisconsin, so you're just going to have to smile and do whatever people want from you. And this dynamic where, some people are running back and forth across the field to meet other people in their end zone rather than people meeting in center field within the range of flexibility of what could feel natural for all of them. Like some people, they're just entitled and they lose that flexibility and become very my way or the highway. And something that I've seen in a lot of West Coast people is that like a lot of people are like that, and then it becomes this fight between like this end zone versus this one versus meeting in the middle, which is pretty interesting and new to me.
Some people will do that because they need that kind of external validation to stay motivated, you know? But I hear you and I agree with. And what I mean by the external motivation is like by having an other, by having an outgroup, by having something to compete against.
That's an interesting take. Because I just find that to be like exhausting.
I do too.
Drama.
I do too, but it's good. I find that it's difficult to find people who I don't know, it's just difficult, and I feel like I hear you when you.
This raises an interesting question to talk about the end zone and can you meet in the middle. And I think it depends on who's doing the work. I find myself in a situation a lot where I'm expected to get something done. I have to do the work. I have to create the presentation, let's say, a keynote presentation that some other executive is going to give. And then people start to come in and give criticism, feedback. We got to do this. We got to do that. And I see them using the word we. I'm like, does that mean you're going to help? That you're going to help me? Are you going to take half the presentation and do it? And work with me? And so, on one hand, you could say I'm being inflexible. On the other hand, you could say he's doing what he needs to do to get it done. And I can come in and help, and then we can figure out a way to work together. That's where the meeting in the middle, or finding, how to divvy it up, or how to compromise, or whatever. But then if I'm just going to give you criticism and say, well, I think you should do it this way, and I think you should do it that way, I hear that a lot, and I'm wondering, well, they're not here to help me. They're here to just drop in, give some feedback, and leave as quick as they can because they don't want to get sucked into it. And this is like a corporate kind of attitude or something like that. So ultimately, I think there's this quote that I hear a lot that I think is relevant, but no one had brought up yet today, which is this Theodore Roosevelt quote. Does that ring a bell about who's in the arena? If you get in the arena and you fail and you get your hands dirty, that's what counts. The critics who are not jumping in the arena, but they're shouting from the stands, that doesn't count. So I think that's interesting because it's like, well, should you be willing to get feedback? Sure. But are the people giving you feedback willing to roll up their sleeves and help you out on a project? I don't know if any of this makes any sense whatsoever, but just
I hear you. I think what you're saying makes sense in a specific kind of context where it wouldn't otherwise, but I definitely.
Well, Gary, I'm with you. I'm definitely with you. Hey, Jeffrey, how you doing? Hey, Guts, Eric, Io.
Earlier, I heard someone talking about waterfall, and then I was thinking about what's the most recent big product announced by any of the big tech companies, the one that the customers didn't get to have any input, where the customers kind of were ignored, but the big tech company decided all the things on their own, and now is releasing it. The first day, the first few minutes, they sold so many. Everybody wants one.
Is it Hello Cloud?
So it's so stupid. It's so dumb.
What is it, Jeffrey? iPhone?
Apple Vision Pro. The thing that weighs like half a kilo on your face. Gonna be awesome for women. Expect a lot of naked.
Okay. So Io can complain about that, or he can start making and selling more more neck massagers and things like that. Like there's ways.
Chair built around the Apple Vision Pro. It's called the Apple Vision Pro Support Neck.
Yeah. Why not? You can have something attached to the ceiling.
$6,000.
It looks like a rubber band. It's attached to the ceiling and it's attached to the top of the Apple Vision Pro.
Does anyone want my upright device? I'll sell it to you for $75.
Wait, did Jeffrey get a call?
No, sorry. $3,500. People are lining up to buy them, and they didn't give us a chance to try the first version and say what we like or what we didn't. They didn't give us a chance to try the second or the third or the fourth. Instead, they did all their iterations inside, and then waterfall style, they got it done, which is weird. How can it be so successful and uses that different style?
You were saying they had no beta testers?
If they did, they didn't get to talk about it. They're famously insular and keeping things locked up and hidden until their big reveal.
Well, they kind of have to, otherwise, they would be racing to get to the moon.
Well, look, what if they did it waterfall style?
I don't know. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
I think Apple is just resting on their laurels and basically has been ever since Jobs died. What have they done recently that's been, like, back in the day, they were different and innovative. Versus now, they're either, like, basically just doing the same things as Android and Windows. Or they're coming out with stuff like this without, with Steve Jobs design something that weighs that much. It's like, it's a hype machine is what it is. And they're making money off of tech bros who are here for it, rather than building things that are easy on the eyes and the body for everyone, which was Steve Jobs' thing.
I'm seeing more girls buying computers than boys because they're buying it for college. There's more women in college now than men.
That doesn't matter.
Did you mean tech bros and then tech?
I was talking about for things like the Apple Vision Pro, not for something you need like a computer, and then deciding, okay, nowadays the difference between a Mac and a Windows machine, I feel, is less than back in
I think it's more than ever, actually. Efficiency, yeah. Like in time use of apps. The app developers know that Apple customers spend more money in the App Store, so they spend more time sucking up to us and fixing all the problems. So we just get priority. But apparently everyone lands on the tarmac at the same time. But apparently Apple Vision Pro only has first class seat.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
That's a phrase from Steve Jobs, who always talked about how you wanted an entry-level machine and a performance-level machine.
There are some companies who launch beta products because they like the feedback. Some companies don't want any feedback and they want to launch their product. And there's both kind of companies. I think that's okay. There's nothing bad about that. I think the style is, hey, we're building the product that we want to build for ourselves. Now we want to share it with the world. That was the Steve Jobs mantra. He built what he wanted for himself, and he was aiming for perfection, and then he would release the product. And that's okay. I don't know. That's the way Apple is. And they've got this AR headset now. AR headsets, there's a lot of... So
you drink that Kool-Aid every day?
I'm not saying I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. I'm just saying I acknowledge that that's the way the company is. I'm not saying I'm lining up to buy it.
It's called spatial computing, by the way.
I guess I'm not trying to judge. I'm just trying to say there's companies that have different styles of marketing, and that's just the thing.
$3,500. Dang, I don't want this. I don't even know what it does though, but I know I don't want it.
No, but think of
I don't want
unlimited
heavy, ugly garbage. mean, that kind
Remember Magic Leap? Anyone remember Magic Leap?
What's Magic Leap?
I remember
Exactly. What is
Magic Leap was the
Nobody
original.
cares.
No, I'm just saying, it's not new. This is old technology.
Yes. What's it called?
Leapfrog.
No, I did leapfrog too.
Magic Bean.
Johnny Mnemonic.
The company based in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, called Magic Leap, came out with a similar kind of Apple Vision Pro kind of headset thing that you can see kind of rabbits walking around your living room and stuff that aren't, it would overlay virtual reality things over but you would be looking at it, and it wouldn't cause nausea. That's the thing with VR, is that you can get nauseous wearing a VR headset because it's a screen. This is translucent. You can actually see through to your chair, and then it'll put a digital person sitting on the chair that's in your room. Really cool kind of idea. I don't know, I guess, but yeah, this is not the first time it's been done. I think Apple just waited, and then they released it.
They waited until the processor was good enough, because up until now it's been trash. And it's been trash because the processing has to be below a certain threshold to prevent nausea. And people with a particular gene motif are predisposed to having nausea with that. So Apple unfortunately chose to do like pass-through, but not translucent lenses. So that was the kind of
I saw a Twitter post where somebody had this graphic that showed on the left side the Apple Vision Pro, and on the right side it showed a bag of magic mushrooms, and it was on the left side it said something like, lets you see screens in your living room. You can imagine that you're in a virtual world surrounded by anything you want, kind of a thing. On the other side was like, you can dream that you're.
But you just spent $3,500 on that headset, and you're like, wow, I can't believe that just happened.
To spend $3,500 on that headset, can't even reach it. Got to leave.
Right. So you know what? The telepathy is real in here. I promise you, Jeffrey, I was going to say something about, imagine putting one of those on after you've had a mushroom or something, and then you come in and you say that. I was like dying over here because I know a lot of people are talking about mushrooms and things. And now, this VR is becoming a little bit more common these days, so I couldn't imagine. I wouldn't want to have that type of experience. I'm sorry, I would be freaked out.
Yeah, I've never tried those sorts of things, but there's a comedian that I like that has made a couple of jokes about it. The one I liked the most was he said that drugs shouldn't be reserved for the young. They should be only given to the old. And then he had this little scenario. He said, "Hey Martha, we're going on a trip." And what do I need to pack? He said, "Don't worry, where we're going, there are no roads."
Jeffrey's tripping right now.
That's one take on this question, though, is like, how do companies get their feedback from selling their products? Does that help the company or not, or does it help to have internal feedback? Are the internal people who are testing the product inside the company going to give you accurate feedback, or are they just going to shake their head and go, "Yeah, let's ship it," and then it ends up being a $35 thing you put on a 50-pound device you put on your face?
Yeah, I always thought it was the little surveys they did in the YouTube videos or whatever. Like, what are your thoughts on Apple Vision Pro? Like, dislike, So how do you survey that accurately?
Lady had unmuted at the same time you were talking. I think Lady.
No, I was just saying that, first you have to define whether it's a company or product and come up with specified questions around there that you would want to, where you would want to improve, or where you think you are weak at. That's how you would structure your questions in order to get feedback, first of all. And then, go from there. And a lot of people, they do that. And they depend on their customers' input. But there's also other ways of designing. You know, you have the UI, the user experience, which this app is made up of, where they do go in and they do pull different people and they do beta testing. They ask them for feedback. And that's before the product is actually delivered. So there's several different ways of, it just depends on which way you want to get the information, get the feedback prior to delivering or after.
And Apple takes an approach that's kind of like when you see the most senior person in a room, in a meeting, they're like the one that talks last. They hear what all the other people have that they're going to say, and then they chime in with their point of view, informed by what everybody else said. They saw these different companies try and fail. They learned from that. They were studying that instead of directly studying one customer at a time. They were studying companies that were hundreds of thousands of customers, successful or unsuccessful, and they're copying the pieces that worked from those, and they're looking at what are the things that failed, and then they're going to try to take their shot at it.
And they're going to because they have much more money.
Yeah, exactly. Look at what Google tried to do when they tried to do the agile method. Okay, so I was at Google I/O one year, their developer conference. As we're leaving the conference hall, for the main keynote that day.
Oh, you keep cutting out.
Sorry, there's people at the doors handing us these cardboard things we've got to unfold and build into the shape and stick your phone in so you can stick it on your face. It's basically a cardboard phone holder to hold it against your face. It wasn't super, right? People had some fun with it. You'd set it up and then you could, look around and see things, but they tried with the very, very, very minimum viable product, right? And they tested it on their most ardent supporters, their developers, the folks making Android apps, the folks using their different APIs, like APIs about Google Maps or APIs about connecting to G Suite and those sorts of things, and customers of theirs that used the Google Search Appliance back when that was a thing, these yellow boxes. All kinds of companies do these different ways, but look at those two big tech companies, what they're doing. Facebook has a different method. They'll just test on some portion of us. They'll be like, hey, what about this? Let's try this new feature. Let's roll this out to the moms in Nevada, in the southern half of Nevada, and we'll try this only. We'll see how they react, and if they like it, if they react well, and they start clicking more on things, then we'll roll it out to the whole state for just the moms though, and then we'll go and expand. But we'll roll it back automatically if
it just sounds weirdly focused on moms. Just saying,
right? They did. That was one of the
I know. But I'm just making it humorous. They're like, yo, why are you guys focusing on the moms? Well, what's your browser history like, guys?
So I don't know what was up with the Facebook ones, but their deployment strategy has been documented and shared, because you'll see there's conferences where people are talking about, like DevOps sorts of conferences, where they're talking about how they do their deployments, they talk in the industry about their strategies for deploying, changes, new products. And one of the people that left Facebook and founded a company that helps all the different companies that want to do this, left and founded Launch Darkly, which lets anybody add to their website the feature flags, sort of an idea, so you can roll out a feature and manage rolling out features to different subsets of your customer base. Just like how in this app, where you might see, some people get a feature and some people don't. The idea of being a beta tester is just that you're going to get some features that others don't. They're all in the code, but they're just not turned on for you or for me. They're turned on for somebody. And if it works well, they can choose to enable that for more.
Or you get sent a product for everyone.
Yep. Maybe you're like Robert Scoble. You hear him over on over on Twitter Spaces a lot talking about, oh, I got to see the new such and such. And maybe he can't tell us some of the details about it.
For most of those companies,
Yeah. He maybe can't tell us all the details, but he can tell us that he's really excited about something new. Maybe he can even say the name of the thing. But, oh yeah, I got to try that. I'm really excited about it. Or something like that. And then
he did that with the rabbit one, and I ended up buying it. So fuck that guy. Although,
yeah,
like his work.
I want one now. I didn't want one yesterday. I want one now because of
well, guess what I'm selling? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. What's the markup compared to the price you're paying for?
Let me get your link really quickly.
Yeah, and then make sure there's an affiliate code. I have to spread the love around. You know, if you're helping me find the thing I really want, then
No, the rabbit sold out, right? So like I was.
Oh yeah.
Weirdly satisfied that it even was available when I looked at it. Robert Scoble like messaged it, and I was like, "Oh my god, it's available!" And then I was like, "God damn, UI doesn't work for Canada? What the hell?" And then so I just went to like my computer, my desktop machine. I was like, "This is probably an iPhone issue." So I'm just gonna trust the demo gods that they're just racist against iPhones right now. I have to use a Windows machine, and that was fun.
Hey, I just wanted to quickly say, Flora and Naoki and Lady and Tara, and the rest of you, some Baroque left a while back. But this has been a wonderful room. I'm glad I saw the title, and I thought I saw the first 6 characters of the title, which is all you see on your hallway, and had a lot of fun. And it's been an interesting discussion, and look forward to more rooms with all of you all.
Gary, you're departing. Don't go.
Yeah, I have to practice my trombone now. And usually people in the room say, "Don't play the trombone here."
Exactly. I've been itching to practice singing, and I'm thinking the same thing. Thank you for coming and participating.
Very good. Cool. Awesome.
Amazing.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
Good night.
And remember, how can I help you?
You're doing a
How can I
great
be
job.
supportive?
You're doing a great job, Gary. Don't be so hard on yourself.
I appreciate that. All right, have a good night, everybody.
Night.
Night.
Yeah, so fuck that Gary guy, right? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, what a.
Go ahead, Flora. Practice your singing. Good night, sweetheart.
Lady, it's all you.
It's not the same without the trombone.
True. Ping him.
He's really good, though.
I haven't heard him.
I've never heard him play either. That I can.
Well, he's good.
Of course he's good. He has a whole jazz house.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, he must be.
I hosted a little.
After 1 year, we have elections in United States. I will be providing with live reporting and coverage about the election-related events on our news channel based in India. We'll be working day and night for a broadcast, and we are pro-Trump supporters, and we will make sure that Trump wins the elections.
Hell yeah, brother.
Awesome. So how much does Putin pay you?
I will stop the dicks of the Hamas. I will kill the Hamas. I will kill the Hamas. I will make Hamas eat my
Or is
poop
it
and drink my
King?
blood.
I'm guessing it's some sort of non-affiliated Swedish offshore company. You get a anonymous cryptocurrency payment for your service to the party.
He's speechless. That wasn't in a script.
I didn't prepare for that.
I mean, could you speak slowly? I mean, it went off at the speed of rockets, so I could not understand what you were speaking. Well, you were
rockets. I'm hungry for rockets.
What?
So, I should probably get going too. I got some stuff I want to do before I tune in for the day. But this has been a really great discussion. Yeah, thanks everyone for being here.
Nice meeting you.
Absolutely.
Tyler. Down there. Who else is down there?
Spartacus.
Yeah, we haven't heard from Spartacus. Hey, Spartacus, how you doing?
Another beautiful night in paradise, just listening to the conversation. Sounds like I missed a great rumor. It's not over yet, but it's been interesting to listen to.
Got any thoughts on feedback and criticism culture?
I mean, one of the things when Jeffrey was talking earlier made me think about Intuit, maker of QuickBooks. And they've been doing this kind of crap to us forever. That they love to come up with new features and push them out to everybody. And for years I've been wondering, it's like, why can't you just have an opt-in beta testers? There are so many of us that would happily do it, but it never works that way. Instead, they just toss things out and see if it works or not. They don't ever build it all the way out. And even, in the past, I've been part of some of their production team meetings under like NDA in the past or things. And we would tell them like, yeah, this feature doesn't work for this reason or this or that or here or there. They just didn't always listen. Then you fast forward 9 months later, maybe a year later, and they're canceling things that we told them to begin with, like, why are you doing this? So I'm tired of being the tested subject unwillingly for software. I'm happy to do it when I opt in.
That was good input. Anybody else there? Hello? Yoki, are you there? Oh, look, I say it. Good job.
Guess she's not there. Guess she is there. I wish you could update the titles on these rooms.
Right.
Hi.
I'm playing Sims right now.
You're playing Sims?
Which Sim?
I'm really occupied.
Which Sims?
Sims 4.
I never actually played The Sims. I only cheated with Rosebud over it.
Oh, mother load.
You know what?
Mother load.
I would actually, that was because I only ever wanted to design the houses. I never wanted to play as the people. I only ever wanted to make the houses. And then I was like, done. I'm gonna make another house.
Did anybody else here ever?
Hell yeah, by the way, building houses, hell yeah.
Hell.
For what? Does anybody what?
Did anybody else here ever put the laser pointer on the Duck Hunt gun to cheat at that game back in the day? I know I made you myself, but somebody else had to cheat that way too, right?
Nintendo? On a Nintendo game?
Yeah, actual true Nintendo, like blowing the cartridge in Nintendo.
What are you, like 60?
I was about to say they might not.
Ow!
What? Are you
I'm not 16, I won the NES part.
That is shots fired.
I had a Pokemon limited edition Nintendo. I had Pikachu.
What are you, like 30?
I'm turning 30 this month.
Oh, yeah. I'm turning
Are we
31
special?
in a year. I love it. Being 30 is awesome, by the way. I recommend it. I thought it was hell, but it's nice. Kind of nice.
Yeah, 30
No,
is
you are light in the
How the economy tanks.
And
30 is the new
What?
what?
He was black.
What did I do?
Who said 30
You
is
are
the
a light
new
in this
15?
world, Shlomo, and everyone who knows you is blessed.
Why did you say that? Are you about to make me a Christian?
It's how I root for you. Amens. Sorry.
Not about to. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. My Sims need me. Y'all distracting me.
Do you like Eric Andre, Flora?
What'd you say?
You like Eric Andre, the comedian?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, Andre, fuck Andre? Fuck Andre? Andre the
No, Eric Andre.
Andre, yeah, his Instagram name was like, fuck Eric Andre.
Oh, probably. But I just saw a clip of him.
he had the actual 311 band on his show. And he's like tying them up and dumping water in them and beating them up with baseball bats. I'm like, I can't even laugh because this is art. You know what I mean?
Amber's the color of your energy.
Right. Right. So it's like one thing, like, what do you call it? Like when a comedian, he does something so good, or she, or they, that you can't even laugh anymore because it's like, this is art. I have to take it seriously.
It's called relatable.
Well, Shlomo, I love this dog in this picture. What a cutie pie.
Isn't he cute?
Oh,
We've been fostering him.
He's a dog.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been fostering him. My boss found him. Somebody dumped him in a crate in the park.
What?
Yep.
You know, I'm a firm believer the best dogs are the ones that find you somehow, so maybe you're meant to keep that dog.
He might be on the naughty list for Israel, like breed-wise, so we're not sure, but otherwise, yeah, it's tempting, I'll put it that way.
It would make for a great political campaign to be like, despite the regulations, we make exception to celebrate beautiful life, peaceful life, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, maybe he will end breed-specific legislation in the state of Israel. That'd be cool.
And he will breed a Netanyahu Jr.
Wait, what? Are we?
No, he's getting neutered as soon as we can.
Okay.
Off with Netanyahu's balls or the dog's balls?
The dog. I'm pretty sure Netanyahu's balls don't really work anymore.
Oh, shit! Yo, shout out to the deep state.
What's the doggy's name?
Shout out Yadi.
We've been calling him Zeb.
What do you call him?
Zeb.
Zeb? That's cute.
Zeb with a V.
Zeb. Oh. Little Zeb, what are you doing? Is he like really, he looks like he's so cute, but he makes a mess. But you can't get mad at him because his face is just too cute.
It's just mainly and like the house training, we've been working on it. But he should be pretty tired. He's been running around with another puppy all weekend at my boss's house while he takes care of him while we're out. But you know, he's pretty smart and he seems to sense cues, so that's a good thing.
The dog knows. It's basically like, hey, this is the casting couch. You basically got to cue your way out of whatever shit you were in and into peacefulness. So good luck with that little puppy. Well,
you got all of that from his face?
I know, right? I was like, what a weird picture.
Interesting.
He's a good little guy, though, and he's got a little koala bear shaped and colored mouth, you know, like little koala bear. So that's the thing.
You mentioned that it was like potentially like the regulations might warrant his destruction. So that's what I was referring to.
No, not destruction. It's just like, so we're trying to emigrate to Israel in a couple years, and you can bring like a pit bull, but it's got to be muzzled in public, and you can't be around a kid under 16 without a muzzle, and blah blah blah. And it's like, all right, would it be better for this dog to live free in Texas, or to like take it somewhere with all these restrictions? You know what I mean?
There is a friend of mine served in IDF in the K-9 unit. You might be able to put him through a special program that gives him special qualification. Just reach out to somebody who's a current service member of IDF. If I'm not mistaken, there is such a program.
Yeah, or like a simpler solution is if it was like, well, no, he's a Pyrenees mix officer, and then like get him registered that way. But I mean,
doing the training is better for you and for him long term. So
yeah, so it's like time will tell as he fills out. I don't know, we'll see. But
well, that's awesome. So awesome story.
Yeah, I mean, like one way or another, his life's a lot better than it was the other Thursday. I'll put it that way.
I was gonna say, good on you either way for doing what you've done and like giving it a second opportunity whatever loving home it ends up in.
Well, thanks. He's super cute and he's super affectionate and he seems good with other dogs and yeah.
So basically, Shlomo's in. The dog has won over Shlomo. I guess that's the conclusion.
Shlomo, it's so interesting your bio. I feel like we already have so much in common because I'm an atheistic, agnostic Christian. We have 2 out of 3 of the same things in common.
Wait, how is that possible? So Christianity is different from Judaism, where like Christianity, you either believe in Jesus or you don't.
No, it's not.
Actually,
someone is converted to Chrislam on this app.
Well, I mean, people can make whatever up they want, but it's the tenet of Christianity that you believe that you believe that Jesus was the Son of God, or you don't. Correct?
Let's take a moment to appreciate Chris Long for a second. Like, we just skip back that like she didn't say what you just said. Like Chris Long.
Nice.
What's your name, Long? Chris Long.
It's good to see you all.
What to see you doing, like?
Hello.
What's up, New York?
What up, Twist a Looch? I guess.
You're almost there. But you're almost there.
The bitch said, bless you.
Twist a Luke said.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Well, are you okay?
Yeah.
Give me a mod. Give me a mod.
What?
Give me a mod.
Okay.
Give me a mod?
Yeah, make me a moderator.
PTR where you are and
why?
You should be nice to people.
Make me a moderator. Alright, you gonna get shot, bitch.
PTR where you are and we'll think about it.
Shoot me, bitch.
I'm gonna shoot.
I'm trying to get shot.
Wait a minute. So
You
wait
shot
a minute.
yourself
I
in the
just
foot.
got to help. I really need help. I can help right now. Is it like a thing to go on people's stages and get thrown out? Like do you get points for that or something? Like, I mean,
No.
like these clubhouse points?
But usually
It's called
mental
mentos aceness.
I think it's like that Omegle or whatever app where people just go on and try to shit on other people and like get tossed off or something. And it's got to be something like that, right?
No, like
Wait, what are you trying to say?
So nobody
Are you
knew
trying to
her?
say
I've never
Are you
met
trying to say
that
that
girl in my life.
Fresco's better with Mentos?
So here's the thing.
Mad comfy talking about give me a mod. The fuck is she? Who is you?
Well, she came to disrupt. That's why I'm asking the question. I was in a space yesterday, and the guy, he was like, I already know I'm going to say something that's going to get me thrown out. So I was looking like, okay, to the side. And then literally maybe like 20 minutes later, out of nowhere, this lady was talking, and he comes off mic. He was like, shut up. And she kept on talking. She didn't acknowledge him. He was like, shut up, you fat black bitch.
Wow.
He was
But
like, just
isn't
shoot me out. He literally was saying, just put me out. And I'm like, what's wrong with people? Is Clubhouse giving points away if you get thrown out of a space? I don't know. Maybe it's a game or something.
Like humiliation, game consumption.
I wonder if they
I feel like
roll that video too.
Don't let me leave you on my foot in your ass. Be cool.
What? Oh, why you sound like MJ? What the fuck?
I found a stable wormhole that leads from Clubhouse to Twitter Spaces.
Pause.
Yeah, the new season of Star Trek's about it.
Wait, repeat that?
Nerd.
Yeah, so what?
Repeat what did you just say, Shalom?
I don't even know. It sounded nerdy.
Right, but I wanted.
Yeah, so what? So what?
For what?
Beam me up, Scotty. Beam me up.
What?
God doesn't know that Yona and me do it in my van every Sunday.
No, I'm not.
Do it slowly, Spock. Live long and prosper, but do it slowly.
Yeah. No, it's all next generation. Very. follows
She tells him
very
she's at church,
closely.
but she doesn't cuss. She's on her knees and
Yo, Warm Factor 9 engage.
Yeah, so Deep Space Nine follows very closely behind Next Generation. You know?
Oh, you were the
Man, that's good.
the Nintendo guy. Or should I say Atari?
No. I just agreed with the Nintendo guy politically.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, we both agreed on the politics of blowing it into a cartridge.
Yeah, fuck that Nintendo guy.
You want to blow it?
Yeah,
before you vote.
who was that
Like a
Nintendo?
Nintendo cart.
Let's boo him. Boo. Tomato.
Yo, blow for the Empire.
Nice. See, we're in a space is feedback, criticism, culture. You know, I don't know. I'm not gonna get on you because Nintendo was around when I was a little girl. So
Nintendo started with gambling cards, right?
what?
I love Nintendo. I cannot even I'm old too. I'm just cosplaying as young. That's my problem.
Yeah, I feel like I'm cosplaying as a Gen Zer.
Yeah.
Mom, let's go on
like
with chat
millennial.
GPT.
Millennial
I can create a 3D model with this.
internet.
Yo, click here to create a team on
Matrix.
So I just want to know who's the dumbass that named the Next Generation Alpha, because that's just so messed up. I mean, it's gonna go straight to their
Honestly,
head.
good for them.
They are more conservative. Did you know that? Did y'all know that?
More like beta.
Yeah, 40% less fucking in the new generation. 40% less. Isn't that
How are they
pathetic?
supposed to? They don't have houses. How'd they have?
More like Tug. The next
Where
era was
do they
Tug.
fuck?
Dude, things can be right.
Hey, they go in their van life.
Van Gogh.
It's fucking the streaming like fans or rock.
Why is everyone in the Matrix? Hello, stop being in the blender.
That's because everybody's talking about it.
I'm in a trailer in the middle of nowhere, so go figure.
Nowhere.
The bad life. Hashtag, right?
When I can, yep. I watched that Nomadland movie. I know you're supposed to feel sad and depressed, but I was like, shit, I can work remote. Fuck it.
I guess.
It's nice to be able to work from wherever you want. It's a beautiful thing.
Let's see.
Yeah, but jerking off is better.
Hey, yo.
Don't work.
Pause.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
What?
Are you good? You okay?
Yeah.
No, his wiener has a permanent imprint.
No.
He's really making money
No
right now.
wiener cup. No wiener. No wiener. No wiener.
This is not
No
a 3D model of a cloud.
No
This
There's a click here for a 3D model of Shlomo's cock.
No.
No.
cock.
Do
No
not.
cock. No cock.
My computer says the file is too small.
No. We're not finishing that. Why y'all so dirty? Why y'all so nasty, huh? Find God.
Nasty, filthy,
God
but
in this
mildly
conversation.
arousing.
Blasphemy.
Who has a cat on this stage? Somebody's got a cat.
A candle? Oh
Cat.
no, it's my sim.
It's a canoe.
My sim has a cat, and my sim is a whore.
Oh.
Yeah, I love her.
Oh.
She fucking everyone.
Oh.
Everyone.
Why?
Because she can, and she's single. And she got a booty.
But that doesn't mean she has to use her hole.
Everyone falls for her, for no reason. The only trait I put in her personality was love romance, and here all these people are falling for her. I don't mind it. I'm not committed. It's on them. Shit.
Yeah, that's a better question. It's like everybody's trying the ice cream. Anybody's staying for the.
Yeah.
Oh.
I guess.
I
I think sluttiness is a concept that's misunderstood by the masses, and personally, I like to take a more holistic approach, one that embodies the inner sluttiness, not just outward. You know, like it's just a way of being.
So every day is
It's a
Halloween.
lifestyle. That's why I like Amber Rose. Not because of the rest she's saying, but definitely because of the slut walk. She definitely put a blueprint on that empowerment movement. That is
She's like, yo,
dope.
I shit on your mattress.
What? That is Amber Heard, you dummy. I'm talking about man, this movie.
Why can't I be funny and goofy?
Bruh, I'm dying. That's funny though.
That cat sounds like it needs some help.
No, bitch. This cat is just talking shit.
That
The
cat
Pearl
sounds
3000 sounds like it's gonna be a pussy. Calm down.
I give that cat everything. That cat is so spoiled. Still meowing. Meowing in my goddamn ear, bitch. You got a house, you got food, you got a litter box. What else do you want?
your attention?
I give that.
She's like, you're love.
Oh no, whenever she's meowing, she's like also
Love? No. You can't let.
dog.
I saw this video on Facebook today where this lady made a cat litter cake.
Ew.
The most disgustingest thing.
Made out of real cat turd.
What
So no, what she did was she made like two big
That's my intention.
square kind of cakes, and she then dumped them into a cat litter box. Obviously, it was clean, but she
Keyword dumped.
and then she put Oreo cookies and the dark ones and the vanilla ones, put it in a blender, chopped it all up, and then spreaded that over top of the cake. Then took Tootsie Rolls and made them like turds and put them all into the thing, and then she dips it in the spatula.
Wait,
you see the cat? You see the cat looking at her like, what the fuck are you doing? I was like, that was gross.
Thanks for ruining our day. I mean, thanks for sharing,
But it was real food. It's just, like if you ever heard of a dirt cake, I don't know who would think of that, but yeah, people had their plant cakes, dirt cakes, and now there's a cat litter cake.
What happened to the
tastes and smells like dog shit.
Different. Dirt cake. What, that cake is gonna grind on me and talk nasty in my ear?
It's the kind of cake you want.
Bend over, bitch. I'm cake, bitch. Better recognize, bitch. Never had cake before. Is that a dirt cake? Like, I'm just imagining what a dirt cake is. Bend over, bitch. Put me in your mouth, bitch. I'm dirty.
All I'm hearing right now is Old Dirty Bastard in my mind. The old girl song, hey, dirty, baby, I got your mind.
That's not how girls talk. Have you met girls? We're not taking money. What? We're just innocent.
Take the whole checkbook.
No, we're just innocent creatures playing Sims. Literally.
Sims or Sims?
Can you all
help
me encourage Flora to continuously run spaces? I enjoy your spaces. They're always cool, kind of laid back, where people can be themselves. We can get serious, we can laugh, and just have a good time and good vibes. So everyone here, please encourage Flora to continue having good spaces and opening up. Okay?
Flora.
I also said Flora.
Shout out to Flora. Go Flora. If It's your birthday.
Io is bad. Okay, so let's do a birthday party for Flora. Flora, when's your birthday?
Almost. She's Aquaria.
No, she said this
month.
So
My birthday is on the 28th, but don't give me a birthday. Just give me a cake.
What did you say? What did you
I
say?
said January 28th, but don't give me a
What
party.
the fuck did you say?
Sorry, I'm gonna stop my words.
You're just calling us slurs now?
Wait, what did I say? What did I say?
You said we don't want no birthday. Just cuss us out in our bruh.
she said she wants a cake.
Oh, you want a cake?
I want each of you to
You want a
deliver
dirt
me
cake?
a slice of cake of your choosing, like choose flavor.
Dirt cake.
Perfect.
Okay, so then we can all eat it together.
I don't even know what a dirt cake is, but it's gonna call you a blur.
Okay, Flora.
Like it.
Yeah, you go like
We
it.
got happy birthday to Flora on her birthday, guys. So the 28th, mark your calendars. Let's see. When is
I'm
that?
so jelly. Y'all all live in one country, and I'm just.
Oh, that's next week.
One planet.
7 days
No.
from today.
Okay, walk here. Okay, then walk to my house right now. If it's one planet, come here now. I'm gonna see you in an hour.
That's not how planets work.
Exactly.
7 days from today.
Will
Thank
be
you.
1 week.
You were the weak. I wish I was weak. I mean, in America.
I saw this theory the other day on YouTube that I'm going to completely butcher as I try to articulate the thought, but it was saying that there is this theory that there is a universe. Like, if you've ever, the way that I imagined it in my head is similar to the movie Us, where there's a universe and then there's like a false universe, and it was explaining how stars and black holes might have something to do with this. And I don't know, Eric, if you know what I'm talking about, but it was kind of fascinating, and it went into like stars in the lifetime of a star, and how there would be like the opposite of light would be darkness, and this universe would be
Brian Cox?
what?
Was it narrated by somebody named Brian Cox?
I do not remember, but
Look it up, Google it. If that's the
What
same
is
thing, because he talks about Brian Cox, like COX. Brian, he's a British guy, kind of charming, handsome, kind of feminine-ish, but a rock star and a physicist, and he does these documentaries kind of thing. And then he talks about that very problem. He talks about how the universe is like, this expanding thing, and then in the end, all you have is the stars. They're the last things that emit light, and then all you have is photons as the universe expands, and they cool with the expansion of space-time, and eventually you have one last photon, and that kind of gets ripped apart or smeared like an insect would on a windshield, and that in itself is considered to be the critical singularity point, which we call the Big Bang. So it might be cyclical in some extent.
I love Cox.
Cox all day.
Oh, me too.
It ain't Cox unless I say it tastes like Cox.
So I'm listening to him. I'm gonna listen to him.
I'm trying to figure out where I saw this, because it wasn't that.
Well, the exact scene that I'm referring to, he's like in a house that's like semi-covered by sand in the desert. It looks like an abandoned cowboy house, but it looks like Saudi Arabia desert, abandoned in all direction. And that's where he's talking about this scene. So, yeah, that's all.
I have to figure out which YouTube account I watched it on.
It's like time. Like it's a different thing in what other, it's so crazy. Beginning of the universe, right? Yeah. It's getting far out.
Dirt cake. I'm still trying to figure out what that is, but I'm too lazy to Google.
Okay, so it was written in a book by a child prodigy named William James Sidis. Yeah, I guess the book that he wrote tackles ideas in physics and the reversibility of the second law of thermodynamics. I don't know. I'll post the video because I thought it was.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. So, like, some laws only apply at certain scales. So, like, chemical laws only apply at the scale of chemicals. Below that, there's other equations that kind of govern things. Does the law of thermodynamics in some way, in some perspective, maybe you zoom in, maybe you change the way you're looking at things, can it be violated? And there's a few interesting experiments that show, kind of like in the movie Ant-Man, that if you go down small enough, the rules change, and you can kind of get things like take a penny, leave a penny in terms of energy, but you can't do it across large distances, so you can't add up the pennies. But you can see them popping in and out of existence more often. And that seems to violate something.
See, this is why I wish we had a more finite constant for time. You know, because time can mean so many different fucking things, so many different disciplines that, like, you know, it seems pretty constant, at least to what I observe as a human. But, you know, there's got to be some constant time. There has to be. Or I'm going to lose my mind. So, you know, I wish there was a better definition for that, because I think it's conflated with a lot of different things.
The past and the present are a hologram. The only thing that exists, the closest thing that you can get to reality is right. And none of us can do it. Crazy, right, CJ? I like the faces on your grapes. It reminds me of, I think, Freddy Krueger, the fourth movie, where there was pizza and meatballs, and the meatballs suddenly took the shape of everybody's heads, and they were all screaming. Yeah. Just like those grapes.
This was a thing I photoshopped 20 years ago at this point now. And I was so proud of it, and then I refound it. You know, it was one of those things where, like, I was like, man, I made that like way long ago. So that's why I liked it.
What was your inspiration?
I'm not even sure. I can't remember exactly what it was. I think I was kind of like, you know what I mean? Like it was so long ago when I did that. I was like a different person. And it was like in my early teens when I did that. Yeah, anyway. It's one of those things that I've looked back on, you know, and I'm like, wow, I still really like this. And I can't even think of what I was thinking about when I did, you know. Like I was just learning Photoshop at the time. But it just happened to like something I thought was really cool. And just like looked at something that was like, wow, that was really cool. And so to answer your question, I don't know what I was thinking at that point. So I did that.
Time after time. I'm gonna go close this room. Hopefully one of you guys opens a room that I can just do stuff in and hang out in and be quiet. Okay, bye. Love you all.